What is good, Royal Family? What is good? Today, I got a couple of updates that I want to talk about. And clearly, apparently, Big U, Bricc Baby, and Luce Cannon have been indicted on Rico charges. We're going to talk about it in a minute. But first, we're going to listen to J Diggs' Three Finger Whack on the way in. Is good, Royal Family. Let me get it set up for the first update, child. It's a lot going on out here. Shout out to J Diggs for that. Okay. Let me find the first clip. Okay. Because I got it all kind of divided up for the day. What is good in my observation? Shout out to you. Uh-oh, it's messing up. Let me see. Shout out to in my observations, Blood Money, Brandy Davis in the building. Shout out to her. Shout out to Terry coming through with the fair use disclaimer. Brandy, again, shout out to you. These YouTube streets, what's good? Emmanuel, I see you up in the building. And Zen. And I know that Jay was here earlier because I forgot about Bricc Baby. Now, we will be talking briefly today in about a 34-minute clip that I put together of some recent shenanigans that's going on with what's his damn name? Child Luce Cannon, Bricc Baby, and Big U. Definitely there is an indictment going on. They talking about a Rico case. There were other people apprehended, so we will be talking about that later in the show. But first, I want to kind of do a couple of updates that I have for the Brandy Pierce case as well as the Kelli Bryant case. Now, the Kelli Bryant case has some moving parts. She was recently in court. She did go to court earlier this month as well. I kind of just figured that something else was going to go on, so I didn't really rush to get the update out. But we have what was included as far as her, so her second court date, and then now her third because she was recently called back in. But I want you guys to remember just recently, probably a few weeks here, about maybe 2-3 weeks, we talked about a situation of Brandy Pierce. I believe I just uploaded a video about it. I believe I gave commentary. But in this Brandy Pierce situation, Brandy Pierce is the one that lives in Michigan as well, and also unalived her son. She buried him in the backyard between a chain link fence and a garage. It was very, very narrow. She put the baby there. He was 9 years old, but she put him there in October. She alleges that they were doing a TikTok challenge, which involved suffocating each other or something like that, and that he had died during that process. However, not only did she dump his body, she then ran to a number of states, I believe Chicago, Wisconsin, and then ultimately Georgia, where she was apprehended on another matter involving her 3-year-old son, where apparently she was living in a car. They had walked up to the car and there was feces in the car, a mattress in the front seat, and the child was naked. And around about that time, they found out that she was also wanted in Michigan for the death of her son, right? Now, she's still got to go to court. These are the first court dates or first updates after the case that I covered. You can view this case as well as the next one in my video tab. I did give commentary. Let's get started in the Brandy Pierce case. The update is only about 4 minutes and 33 seconds for this one. So let's get started. The defense attorney for a Detroit mother accused of killing her 9-year-old son is requesting a The defense attorney for a Detroit mother accused of killing her 9-year-old son is requesting a competency exam for her client. Brandy Pierce faces a first-degree murder charge. Police believe last October, Pierce smothered her son, Zamar, before tying him up and burying him in a shallow grave behind a home in Detroit. Landlords discovered his remains in January while preparing the property for new tenants. Pierce's competency evaluation is scheduled for review on May 13th.
And tonight, questions are swirling over the role Child Protective Services played in the death of a 9-year-old Detroit boy.
For weeks, we've been following the tragic story of Zamar King, who was found buried in a shallow grave. His mother's accused of killing him before running away to Georgia.
Well, now the father of that boy is speaking out for the first time about the warning signs he says were missed.
And a former deputy attorney general tells the 7 investigators that prosecutors should be looking into what we first revealed. Here's 7 investigator Ross Jones.
He didn't deserve this. He already stated what was going on in the house.
6 months before Zamar King would be found buried in a Detroit backyard, he told a Children's Protective Services caseworker that his mother, Brandy Pierce, beat him with a belt, choked him with her hands, and wanted to kill him.
Zamar King was a 9-year-old child who was treated like he was a piece of garbage. The callousness with which the defendant treated Zamar cannot be understated.
Tonight, Zamar King's father sits in disbelief. How, he asks, could state watchdogs not protect his son after what he told them?
I don't expect that because I respect that CPS will take action.
Derek Brown only learned Zamar was his son through his death. A DNA test after they found his body confirmed it. Derek had been in a relationship with Brandy Pierce a decade earlier, but said they lost touch until about 2 years ago, when he says Pierce showed up out of the blue with Zamar.
I wanted to meet with you so I could tell you this is your son.
This picture is from the day they met, when Brown said Pierce made him an offer.
She told me that I could take him. She'll switch everything to me. I asked her, is something wrong? She said no. She just feel that she took on a lot.
Brown said he agreed to take Zamar, but wanted to take a DNA test first. They scheduled one for the following week, but Pierce later canceled it, he said, and left for California.
Did you ever see Zamar again?
No.
2 years later, a CPS caseworker would be called to this Plymouth hospital after Pierce arrived in the midst of a mental health crisis. She said she was homeless, questioning whether she should give up custody of one of her boys. That's when Zamar told CPS the family often had no food, he hadn't been to school in a year, and that his mother beats him. But a CPS caseworker concluded there wasn't enough evidence to substantiate a neglect complaint. The family was placed in a homeless shelter, and the case against Pierce was closed. Tonight, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services will not say whether that caseworker is under investigation or facing any discipline.
Not every time a government employee makes a mistake or does something wrong, does the government then prosecute them. However, there are certain circumstances, at least the issue should be reviewed. And this is one of those cases.
Matthew Schneider is a former U.S. attorney for Michigan's Eastern District, and before that, he was Deputy Attorney General for the state.
There is not a doubt in my mind, if I were still the Deputy Attorney General, I would be looking for the reports in this case. I would want to know what happened, and should law enforcement get heavily involved in investigating and looking at this case and contemplating whether or not charges should be brought.
Schneider says there are 2 charges a prosecutor would most likely consider: willful neglect of duty, a misdemeanor charge that was brought against Rick Snyder and others as part of the Flint water crisis, and misconduct in office, a felony charge that carries up to 5 years in prison. There is no sign tonight that either the Attorney General or the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office are reviewing how CPS handled this case.
The facts are is that the little boy is telling the CPS worker, I'm getting whooped with a belt. I don't have a place to live. I don't get enough food to eat. I don't feel safe all the time. And it looks like the system broke down.
Whether criminal charges are brought won't mean much to Derek Brown. Earlier this month, he buried the son he only recently learned was his, and says he can't shake the thought of the 9-year-old's final cries for help.
I would have took him with no question asked. If he would have said all that, I would have found ways to take him.
We reached out to Brandy Pierce's attorney for comment, but did not hear back. According to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, Pierce was just referred for a competency evaluation and won't be back in a courtroom until May.
Now, in that situation, I feel like she is sitting up here trying to act like she's not mentally stable to be, go to trial and stuff like that. That's bullshit. She made calculated moves, calculated decisions on, if it was an accident, right? Let's just say if, I don't think so, but if it was an accident to, get rid of the body. And then she also traveled a number of places. She had at least 3 or 4 interactions with CPS only about the child that is deceased. Her 3-year-old child, there was one interaction in Georgia because when she went to jail for the incident, she then, they put her son in CPS. I'm saddened to find out that there was a father that was around and could have been involved, but it seems like he didn't know that that was his child. I understand him wanting a DNA test. It's not like he knew of all these things, but then she kind of shifted on him, which also tells me that that doesn't mean that she's mentally ill, but she isn't unstable, right? However, somebody that's unstable can still go to trial and still go through with the court. I feel like somebody from that county, that state needs to be held accountable for what happened to this child, because it was well documented that there was abuse in the home, that there was no food, that his mom wanted to kill him. And ultimately, that's what happened. But again, I think that the father would have been a better match. And it's sad to find out that, first of all, CPS found no issues. But if you go back to the video, let me get the link for the original video that I did on that. Like I said, it's under the video section. What was that? Brandy. All right, so this case is right here. This is the Brandy Pierce case. If you're just finding out about it, it's right there. The next case that we're going to talk about, though, is this one right here, which is the Brandy Pierce. Now, again, I really wish that the father would have been able to be in his son's life. I think that, women that go far and beyond to keep the child out of, the father out of the child's life for no apparent reason. Like, I get it if he's a not shit ass motherfucker or dangerous or whatever for your child, but if he's a willing participant and wants to be a father, it seems like all he wanted was a DNA test. But again, he had stated that if he would have known what he knew now, he would have acted earlier. And it's just really sad that he had a short, interaction with his son and ultimately had to bury him. I will keep up with any updates on that case as well as the next one that we're going to do. I'm going to save Big U for the end, but this Kelli Bryant situation. So if you guys don't know, Kelli Bryant was living in Michigan. This is another Michigan case. I do have another Michigan case that I want to go live on, but now with the whole Big U situation, I'm going to let the cat out the bag. It does have my interest. Oh, also, I do apologize about my last live stream. Do we have our audio good for the clips and for myself? Because last time, child, I was running on the audio that I edit in, and that makes YouTube's audio pretty low. So I did drop the no commentary version of that edit, and that was the Guerilla Hebrew situation. But in that situation, I'm kind of disinterested at the moment, honestly. I know I went and I said that there's a lot of information because I was getting sent links and I just totaled it up to around about the time, child. But so Captain Tazariak had exposed some receipts on Ariala about him previously abusing one of his wives, not the wife that he's with now, who is apparently pregnant, which is a good thing. But I guess this dude like beat her before. Captain Tazariak was stressing that this happened quite some time ago. And, you know, this, that, and the other. But I also did see some receipts that Ariala dropped on Guerilla Hebrew, which were from another one of his wives or the one that is exposing him currently. And it involved, you know, he wanted to have puppy love with her, basically some toxic ass shit where, you know, it's like, you know, fighting back and forth, but passionate, you know, love or whatever. I'm gonna break it down like this. So this is kind of what he wanted, was for her to cheat on him, for him to find out that she cheated, for him to beat her motherfucking ass, for them to make up and go out to the club following that, in order for her to do it all over again and him to repeat said steps. Okay. So where I am interested in it, I do got to jump over some hoops and stuff because of how they got the video marked in YouTube. It's not like I can just download it. I literally will have to record the parts that I want and stuff like that. But I definitely feel like it won't be the last time that I talked about it, but I'm not really pressing for a part 2 at this moment. I'm interested in this whole situation with Big U and Bricc Baby and Luce Cannon. But let's get back to the topic at hand. Y'all let me know though, you know, because you know, I do what y'all request and things like that. But I just want to let y'all know where my head was at, because I really want to talk about that right now, but I also want to get these out of the way first. So with Kelli Bryant, you guys may remember that Kelli Bryant was a woman that lived in Michigan that had 3 children. She decided about 4 or 5 years ago that she was going to basically abandon her children. And whole time she was living around that area. When they finally found her, right, she was at a house about 6 miles away. However, when they found her children, because the landlord wanted a welfare check done on her by the police because he had not had any communication and rent had been due for a few months. So he had sent the police there to do a welfare check. When they went in the house, they found 2 girls in the bathroom and a young boy in the closet. I believe their ages are 15, 12, and 13. The 2 girls are 12 and 13. And then the younger boy, the girls had a hard time even walking out of the house because their toenails were so long. Their hair was matted. The house was in deplorable conditions. It was disgusting. So you guys may remember, for the guys that watched the video I did on it with the commentary version, Kelli was originally given in the arraignment hearing a $250 million cash bond. So then now we're following up with her second court date, right? And that's when the judge that would be mainly presiding over the case will meet, you know, and interact in the case. As far as this, you guys know, in arraignment hearings, you might get any judge or whatever, but you know, your second technical, you know, court appearance, then that's where your normal judge should be. That I also want to state that she is also, as well as Kelli, Kelli and Brandy are, you know, they're probably going to lose their children. There is orders out to remove their children. Kelli Bryant's children are with her father at this time, and it appears that she had broken one of the judge's recommendations as far as the case go, whether she got cash bond, whether she made the bond that she had set in the court or not. She was to stay away from the children. And it appears that she's trying to do something. Anyway, before I give it all away, we're going to start where we left off at, which would be the second court date in the Kelli Bryant situation. Remember, going into this court date, her bail is still $250 million cash bond. Okay, so let's get started. Thank you, Zero Lightness. Shout out to everybody. I'll hit that like button for your girl.
Ms. Karen Dongo, did you need to speak to your client at all before I call the case?
No, Your Honor, I've met with her multiple times. I saw her this morning too.
Okay, very good. Calling People versus Kelli Marie Bryant, case number 250216FY.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kanika Ferentz on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Cecilia Karen Dongo here on behalf and with Kelli Bryant. Your Honor, she's present from the Oakland County Jail. We have no objection to Zoom.
Ms. Bryant, can you state your name for the record, please?
Kelli Bryant.
Is that Ms. Bryant's hand in front of her face? Or
Okay.
Okay, thank you. This is the time and date set for a probable cause conference on the 3 counts of first-degree child abuse. Ms. Karen Dongo, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I've had extensive conversations with Ms. Bryant as well as with Ms. Ferenczi. At this time, I'm in receipt of, I want to call it partial discovery. I have the written initial police report, which is, there's apparently a supplement that will be available for me today. And also I have the children's interviews. I was provided with those yesterday. I don't have anything else. There are terabytes of electronic discovery that is going to be provided to me on the external hard drive that I provided to the prosecutor's office. So we're asking you to adjourn the probable cause conference so we can have all the discovery. I think it's paramount in this case, Your Honor.
And you discussed the 21 days with Ms. Bryant.
I did, Your Honor. She understands that she has a right to have her preliminary examination within 21 days. It's impossible in this case if we're going to provide her with effective assistance of counsel. And I think she understands and appreciates that. Our next court date would be set outside of that. She's not waiving her right to the preliminary examination just to have it, I guess, at this time within the next week. And she's in agreement, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. I will note that the 21 days is waived, not the right to the exam, but the right to have it within 21 days. I understand that there are still discovery issues pending. Before we get to the date.
So if you guys didn't know, discovery is the case information. Normally when you get hit with a big case or just a case at all, they give you a brief summary of all the evidence that they have against you. And you have 21 days to have a preliminary hearing. However, because that information has not entirely been provided, she's waiving the 21 days, which is normal.
Defense did file a couple of motions, and I will deal with those this afternoon as well. One was a motion to restrain pretrial publicity. I did receive and review the motion as well as the briefs. Any comment from either side as to that?
So I just want to say this. So they want to, not they, but Kelli and Miss Corandongo, which I do not fucking like Miss Corandongo, and you're going to see why. But they want to stop any publicity from being able to be, as far as the news people being able to be in the courtroom, etc., on the case, directly on the case, as far as the proceedings go.
Ever so briefly in response to some of the things that the people were putting in their response or their objection to my motion, there's a lot of information that's already public information, meaning the court proceedings are open to anyone.
That's funny as hell. I just peeped that DM in Women's Business. I heard D-Ham was over there getting accused of everything in Women's Business. Child, it was wild as hell. That is funny though. Shout out to Brandy for pointing that out.
Certainly to the media. There's the register of actions that are public. There's a lot of public information. There's also already a lot of information that's been disseminated in the county prosecutor's office, disseminated information that really is confidential information that they have had me sign a protective order for before I could receive it, which included the children's interview. They also requested initially that I sign an agreement to not disseminate anything of discovery nature to anyone, including my client. And declined to sign that. But so they've asked me basically to not talk about this case or share it with anyone. But at the same time, it's saying that this is in the public interest. I don't think it's in the public interest to disseminate evidence that hasn't been admitted into court. And I don't think it's...
So really quick, I just want to stop it. I feel like she lying, that she's saying that the prosecutor's office sent her information, but told her she cannot even, you know, share it to her client, this, that, and the fifth. I would definitely doubt that, but she's going to try to blame, you remember the people that came in, for those that watched the video, remember the people that came in towards the end of the video to clean the apartment? Well, they had documented it, and she's going to try to say that it was a body cam of the officer. This lady right here, I don't know how she became a public defender, an attorney at all, period. She plays very, very dumb, in my opinion, but let's continue. Yeah.
In the children's interest to disseminate any of that. The public can certainly be kept informed via the media when we have court proceedings, as well as, you know, what the public can look up on the public register of actions from court. So I don't see any public interest in the prosecutor's office continuing to hold press conferences and talk about this case, and, you know, included in the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, which, you know, many of those deputies and detectives are assigned to this case. They're witnesses in this case.
As any other case, you're going to have people, you're going to have the police, the public defender, whoever else come and speak in press conferences and give minimal information. Again, remember, this is information that when we go through the press conferences, sometimes we're disappointed because we only get a limited amount of information. That same thing happened in this case. So for her to act like everything in the case was just laid out on the table, or the detectives and the prosecutors and them are doing something, anything other than what goes on in normal cases, is weird to me.
And the Oakland County.
What's good, Upper? Shout out to everybody. What's good, Observing? Shout out to everybody up in the room.
Sheriff's Office continue to talk to the public about this case. I was especially disturbed by the fact that what looks to be body cam from one of the deputies that were in the home has been disseminated all over social media before we've even had any kind of court proceeding. So I do think it's a proper motion. I'm asking that you grant it.
All right, Ms. Ferenczi.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do just want to respond.
You do got the Coolio braids, facts.
And briefly to both Ms. Karen Donovan's statements today and also her motion. I do want to be clear. Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald held one press conference on February 19th, 2025, after Ms. Bryant was formally charged. In that press conference, Prosecutor McDonald combined her statements to the already public information from the square to that morning. But Prosecutor McDonald has not made any public statements about this case that has any potential to deny Ms. Bryant her constitutional rights. The statement about the video, I am not aware of what video Ms. Karen Donald is speaking of. From my understanding, we live in a social media era right now, and information and misinformation spreads very quickly. We did get...
I know what video it was. I didn't use it, but because I think that the shots that they were kind of giving us on the news were kind of enough, like with the toilet being overflowed with the feces. Remember, this woman left her children in the home for 4 to 5 years with very minimal, you know, attention or, you know, care. She didn't have them with soap and stuff like that. Even if she did, it's still not good to leave your children unattended like that, but she did, right? And remember that she neglected her children, abandoned her children, right? Because in the end, you know, it just kind of seems like now she's trying to get out so that she can tend to her children, but you didn't care about your children this whole time all of this was going on. But let's continue.
Reports that individuals in our community, not part of law enforcement.
I don't know why. Maybe she think that the judge is gonna give her sympathy, child. I have no clue.
Enforcement made unauthorized entry of the residents at issue in this case, and did record videos, take photographs, and posted their findings on social media that did have high views. And Your Honor, that vigilante activity does create a dangerous precedent and the potential of widespread distribution of misinformation. And Your Honor, I do believe that a gag order would prevent the prosecutor the ability to correct any sort of misinformation. This case has drawn a lot of public outcry, and a lot of that public outcry predated law enforcement's presentation of this case to the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office requesting charges. And the reason of that outcry is because the welfare of our community's children is a vital social concern. And the facts of this case rarely involve allegations of egregious harm to children.
What's good, Latte?
Prosecutor McDonald has a duty to comply with the Michigan Rules of Professional Conduct. MRPC 3.6 and 3.8 expressly recognize that the public has an interest in and a right to know about cases as such. The prosecutor was acting within her authority and in good faith in making already public statements during the February 19th press conference. The issues that Ms. Carandongo brings up about this misinformation is the sole reason why it is important for the prosecutor's office to be able to check the misinformation and provide accurate information of what is happening in this case. The public has a right to be precisely and accurately informed about its vital social interests in the systems that are responsible for keeping our children safe, Your Honor. And I respectfully request on behalf of the victims and the citizens of Oakland County that the court deny the defendant's motion, Your Honor. Thank you.
As I indicated, I did review both the motion and the briefs that were attached. And the court did review MCR 8.116D1 to evaluate whether a restriction on information or a gag order prohibiting discussion of the case with the media, whether that would be appropriate. And as you're all aware, the Michigan Court of Appeals has indicated that an overbroad or vague gag order constitutes a prior restraint on freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and freedom of the press. So this court would have to determine that the interest to be protected outweighs the right of access. Denial of access would have to be narrowly tailored to accommodate the interest to be protected, listing the specific reasons for limiting access. The initial charges against the defendant have already been presented.
Facts. She does look not interested or something. Like, first of all, like, why you got your hand up like this and all that? The judge already called you on that before. You know what I'm saying? Sit up straight. I'm just saying it's not a good look. And again, this woman right here, Miss Carandongo, Cecilia Carandongo, is annoying as hell. She is a bad attorney, period.
The prosecutor has held a press conference, which was prior to the date of the arraignment.
Not Lightfoot, I'm dead. She kind of do. You're right.
Now at the probable cause stage. So it would appear that there should be no further need for such similar press conferences during the pendency of the case. A gag order, in this court's opinion, would be inconsistent with law, Michigan rules of professional conduct, and the public interest. The Michigan rules of professional conduct do provide guidance in this area, and those rules do permit a prosecutor to make statements that are necessary to inform the public of the nature and extent of the prosecutor's action and that serve a legitimate law enforcement purpose. The February 19th press conference that was referenced in the motion and the response was actually prior to the arraignment, which was February 20th. Now,
So basically, she's ruling that press is fine for now.
Pervasive and prejudicial publicity has been ruled in cases to interfere with an individual's right to a fair trial, but the mere existence of pretrial publicity does not automatically deprive the defendant or the prosecution of a fair trial. There are court rules and jury instructions that can provide protection in these areas. So while this court will not be imposing a gag order, I'm simply instructing the parties to comply with Michigan rules of professional conduct and court rules during the pendency of this case. But should there come a point, while this case is within the jurisdiction of the district court, where there's a massive, pervasive, and prejudicial round of publicity, this court will review the issue and make the appropriate determination at that time. At present, defendant's motion to restrain pretrial publicity is denied. Now, the defendant has been charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse, which carries a maximum penalty of life. The defendant is still, however, presumed innocent until proven guilty, and that brings us to defendant's next motion, which was a motion for reasonable bond. I did, for the record, have a brief bench conference with both attorneys as to that motion. And the court is willing to do an evaluation of appropriate pretrial release conditions. The things that the court has to consider is the defendant's prior criminal record, if any record of appearance or non-appearance or flight to avoid prosecution, any history of substance abuse or addiction, the defendant's mental condition, including
For 3 counts of child abuse, though.
Character and reputation for being dangerous, the seriousness of the offense charged and the probability of conviction and likely sentence, any employment history, status, and financial history as they relate to the ability to post bail, the availability of a responsible member or members of the community who would vouch for and monitor the defendant if released, ties to the community, including family ties and relationships, and the length of residence, and any other facts bearing on the appearance or danger to the public. So the standard at this point is not.
No, the children didn't pass, but they suffered for 5 years while, 4 or 5 years while she ran around in the streets, barely spending time with her children. They barely had food to eat. The house was covered in feces. I really actually respect the fact that certain states like Michigan is very serious about child abuse. You know what I'm saying? And I think she should get life because a number of things could have happened to those children, but ultimately they're still alive. They're going to be traumatized for some time because, again, when the police came there to get them, they had to bring them to the hospital, have them checked over. Like these children weren't going to school or nothing like that. Their hair was matted, their fingernails were long as hell. They didn't understand basic things like brushing their teeth. They hadn't brushed their teeth in 5 years, 4 or 5 years. They didn't have soap, none of that. And ultimately, they had found the kids, and I'm glad that they did because they very well could have, lost their life in a number of ways. But, I think it's harsh, but I think she deserves it, because the way that she left her children, if you go back to my page, if you look, hold on, if you go back to my channel and you look at the video section of my page, you'll see this case and look at it yourself and ask yourself, do you think that she deserves life? I do, after reviewing and going through the case and stuff like that up to what we've seen so far. I feel like she has no way to blame this on somebody else or act like she didn't know. Those children were in that home for years, and yeah, it's definitely a bad look, but we'll see. I think it's just
Abuse of discretion, but the court is willing to review the issues related to pretrial release in detail.
Right.
We would not be able to do that today because of the other cases that are scheduled. However, if both parties.
Yes, this is that case. Yeah.
These are available. I am willing to do that on Friday so we don't have an unnecessary delay. I do understand that we will have to adjourn the probable cause conference.
Oh, I forgot that they split it up too. So there's going to be another conference after this, and then it brings her into a whole nother court date because she violated the judge's orders.
Will this Friday at noon work for both parties?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
That will be at noon, and that will be the motion for a reasonable bond, where the court will review it and make specific findings.
That's what I was wondering, like, because she was living 6 miles away, right? And, it was a woman that came to the door when the news, they tried to distort the voice, but it was clearly a woman. I don't know, right now the kids are with her father, so I don't know, maybe it was her mother's house or something like that. But she was over there, and it was just 6 miles away from where these kids are. And she was seen by neighbors going to the house and sitting outside of the house and stuff. But, they really never saw her go in the house. But she did have food services deliver food to the kids. Not like how you would probably think, like she just ordering DoorDash and stuff and they good or whatever. But sometimes allegedly she would order a loaf of bread for the kids to eat over a matter of 3-4 days. That's disgusting to me. Like, period. I mean, you should never leave children in the house alone. Definitely not. I can understand, like, you know, a 15-year-old overnight or something, right? They of age. But 3 children, and you got to remember that this goes back 4 or 5 years. So that 15-year-old son, her oldest son or her oldest child, he was like 10 when she initially left from around him, or 11. You know what I mean? All the other kids, the 12 and the 13-year-old, were younger as well. So that is very dangerous considering those, you know, ages as well.
Findings as to that. In the meantime, I've noticed
mental health issues too, but I still believe that to some degree, I mean, this is years. It's not like she just did it, you know, a time and, you know, messed up or whatever. I'm just saying, to me, it's never okay. But the fact that it was years though, like, that's crazy. And I don't know. And he could go either way, you know what I mean? But that's why I like to see what goes on with these cases, because, you know, a lot of the times if it goes to trial, you get more information than you started off with. But in my opinion, there's very little that she could say to, like, you know, minimize her involvement in it. Yeah, this is super bad. Facts.
1 days is waived. We'll set the adjourned probable cause conference to Tuesday, April 15th. That will be at 2 p.m. For today's purposes, bond will be continued, but I will address it on Friday.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record on this case today?
So this happened on a Wednesday, and then they're about to come back in a second for the Friday thing. And I want you guys to listen and hear what happens with the bond, and also what the judge stipulates as far as what she can and cannot do if she posts bond, or even with her just being in jail.
Your Honor, will the motion hearing be held via Zoom?
It will be via Zoom, yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set. Bond is continued for today. Thank you. People versus Kelli.
Yeah, that's only one guy said that he saw the kids, the boy, because I guess they yelled, or one of them or all 3 of them yelled out the window that he had a nice car or whatever. And that's really the only time that anybody says that they really saw children there, from what I saw.
Bryant, case number 250216FY.
And that's, I feel you on that too, because I feel like, you know, it's crazy that now that this has happened, right? Allegedly, she lied to family, like, so to her father or whoever else. She lied and said that her kids were with the father or somewhere else, but in reality, they were in this home. But it's just kind of crazy that now, you know, the grandfather comes forward. He's got the kids, and there's, you know, she got somebody that she was living with. It's just weird to me. But the kids are with the grandfather right now, her father. So Kelli Bryant's father.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kanika Ferenczi on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Cecilia Carantago here on behalf and with Kelli Bryant. She is present from the Oakland County Jail on Zoom, and we have no objection to Zoom, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Kelli Bryant.
Thank you. This is the time and date set that the court scheduled for defendant's motion to modify the bond and for a reasonable bond. Ms. Carantago, you did submit a supplemental pleading, and just to clarify, it references a letter to the court. There was only one letter that you submitted, correct?
Your Honor, this morning, so I obtained a letter from a community support that was sent in a separate email to the court, not into the court file. And then there was also a letter in regards to the medical condition that my client has that was set separate. So there should be one handwritten. Okay, perfect. Yeah. All right. Yep. Okay.
Ms. Ferenczi,
that was just the one.
Ms. Ferenczi, you received those as well?
Yes, Your Honor. I received all those documents this morning.
At this point, the court is prepared to review the items that I had mentioned on the prior date, which were those things that I will address or attempt to address, the factors to determine which pretrial release option is appropriate and under what terms and conditions. I had indicated on the prior date, I'm looking at the defendant's, if any, prior criminal record, any record of appearance or non-appearance, any history of substance abuse, mental condition, the seriousness of the offense charged, the employment history, any financial history as it relates to ability to post bail, the availability of a responsible member or members of the community who would vouch for and monitor the defendant, any facts showing community ties, family relationships, also the length of residence, and any other factors bearing on the risk of appearance or danger to the public. Ms. Kirandando, anything you wanted to add that the court did not already have at arraignment?
Well, at arraignment, I think pretrial services verified Ms. Bryant's information, but quite frankly, many of the things that were put in the motion and the supplement were that was added information. I think the court was somewhat concerned about being able to verify the information. I attempted to do that. In the supplement I submitted to the court, I listed all of those factors that the court just mentioned on the record and listed, I guess what's favorable to my client and what's not, and also how that information was verified. So if the court would like me to, I can go through, those factors, again, as I had mentioned before, both at arraignment and I think also in the first written motion and then in my supplement. I think for Ms. Bryant, we all know the court can't deny bond. So I think everybody's agreeing with that. And then it comes down to whether, essentially a cash bond is appropriate at all, or if it should be a recognizance bond with some type of conditions.
Now, the fact that Ms. Corandongo thinks that it's appropriate for her, like, you know what I'm saying, her person, right, for lack of better words at the time, for her, client to get released on her own recognizances, that is crazy. To me, I don't know what she want to get out of jail for, because they taken her parental rights, period, point blank. They already in the motion to do that. Miss Kanika Pharisee, the prosecutor over here with the blue background, they are taking her children, like, period, in court. And now that don't mean that the grandfather couldn't get, her kids, but I don't know why she wants to get out so bad. And, I highly doubt that she'll be able to post bond, but we'll see.
I know the people, will argue that it should be a cash bond. My position is that the only time that the court could do a cash bond is if the court finds either that she's a flight risk or that she poses a danger to the community at large. If the court...
No, I don't know. If you were facing life in prison for 3 serious, obviously child abuse charges, would you think about running even if you've never run before? And just because somebody doesn't really have a criminal record, a past of a criminal record, does not mean that they cannot become a flight risk.
Like me to, I can go through all the factors that I mentioned and
Facts, Derek, not a ROR, facts.
Let me interrupt you, Ms. Kirandongo, because one of the main things that was of concern at arraignment was the lack of a stable address for Ms. Bryant. That was one of the things that was the focus of the arraigning judge.
That's correct, Your Honor. And Ms. Bryant
Haley Q
has a stable residence. She had a stable residence before that, her arrest as well. Now, of course, there's additional concerns because of the publicity that this particular case has received. So Ms. Bryant would not, and I did provide also, I think prior to the last court hearing, the court with the address, and I indicated also who resides at that address for the court. I'm very concerned about putting any of that on the record, given, the kind of posture of this case. But that is with a family member who has also lifelong ties to the community. So
nah, she said that like somebody gonna go and try to attack the person that she was living with. For what?
Ms. Bryant does have a stable residence to go to. I have also spoken, to other family members, and I spoke to the person who provided a letter to the court, who is also a pillar of the community. every one of them are willing to, to supervise and I shouldn't say, vouch, but make sure that Ms. Bryant gets to court. And I think, a tether could also assure all of that. The court would be aware 24/7 where Ms. Bryant is.
Now, a tether, just for those that don't know, is a GPS ankle bracelet.
So she was not transient. I know the previous judge made some statements that Ms. Bryant was transient. She was absolutely not transient. She was staying at a residence and had stayed there for quite some time. That is not a residence given the circumstances as they are right now that she would be returning to, and that is mainly due to the amount of publicity that this case has received. So of course now there's new concerns, but she absolutely,
yeah, Latte, that's a good point right there. She could do that. She definitely could.
Does have a residence to return to, and I don't believe she was ever transient, Your Honor.
What you mean, Jay? How they do people of color? You got a black judge up here, like presiding over the case. Now I don't know what she looked like, a Mexican to me, Kanika Pharisee, but hey.
And I don't think there was any.
This woman left her children in the house for 3 years. What you mean?
Evidence of that either, quite frankly.
All right. As to residents, Ms. Pharisee, is there any comment?
3-4 years.
Yes, Your Honor, I would
5 years.
like to address residency, and then because I only received the supplemental motion this morning, I would like to respond to much of what was documented in that motion, Your Honor.
Okay.
But in regards to residents, what the people find troubling is that the individual that the defendant is being asked to be released to and reside with isn't the one that wrote the letter. That individual is not vouching for her, and I don't believe that individual has appeared in court and is willing to provide that voucher to the court.
So she tried to come in with a character reference letter, from some upstanding citizen of, the area, whatever. Remember, this is in Michigan. And the prosecutor just popped her that that's not the person that wrote the letter, and they're not vouching for her. Then also her public defender, Kelly's public defender, said that, the person is not trying to really vouch for her, but, put the letter out there speaking all these good things about her or whatever. But in reality, that's what the character reference letter is for, is to vouch, to, basically say, hey, I, basically will make sure that this person goes to court. And if there's already an issue where her playing games with letters from alleged, people that it's not, there's already a problem there.
That is a concern.
Oh, okay. The big U tip. Okay. Got you.
Actually speaks to the high level of instability for Ms. Bryant. A lot of the statements about her transient nature is in conflict with what she told police when she was interviewed. So I do find it troubling when the information.
What, you think she would never off herself, you saying, Zen, or what?
And is at times it feels like it's self-serving for Ms. Bryant. I'm happy to address the other issues though, Your Honor, in the supplemental motion.
Your Honor, may I address that particular point that Ms. Pharisee is making?
Okay, Jay, after this, we're going to get to the big U situation, but I just wanted to clear all my updates.
So I will just tell the court, as an officer of the court, I've spoken to many of Ms. Bryant's family members. And here's the reality of things. The children, I think everybody has now known where the children are. And so the children are with family. And so it becomes a very difficult balance as far as, supporting, sending letters. I had conversations with the individual whose address, was offered as a residence. And that individual wanted to talk to Ms. Bryant too. There are issues with setting up.
Right. But also, it's supposed to be a character reference letter, like basically she'll go to court, and that's on me type of shit. That's what I'm getting from the letter. But, yeah. And they popped her that it wasn't the person. That they were saying it was.
Accounts for the Oakland County Jail and actually establishing that communication, to be frank with the court. I spoke to that individual about the letter when she spoke to me, and again, this is, as an officer of the court, when she spoke to me, she was absolutely willing to provide that letter. But there was also just a very short amount of time in which to accomplish that. And she had requested to speak with Ms. Bryant first on the phone. And it's my understanding that there was no previous, account set up for that. And there was 2 days to do it. So that's the reality of it. So it has nothing to do with the person not being willing to vouch for her. That person indicated to me that she absolutely would supervise Ms. Bryant and make sure, that she comes to court. But again, and I think that's the concern for the court, is that the court would like someone to say they're going to make sure she comes. And that brings me to some other things I put in my motion, which I don't think the people are disputing that this young lady,
Let me stop you for a moment, because on the issue of where she will be staying, the court needs to be convinced that this is a stable residence. If there are any modifications to the bond where there's a potential that she could be released. I understand the nature of people being hesitant to come forward given the amount of publicity, but the court has to be convinced that Ms. Bryant would return to court and also that she will not be a danger.
Right, her attorney wrote that letter. I'm telling you, Ms. Corandongo is playing in our face. I just do not like her. I don't know what it is about her. I just do not like her. But what's good, Belle? We're just going over some updates before we get to the Big U situation.
So go ahead, Ms. Corandongo.
Yes,
yeah, that's a public defender.
Regards to the return to court, Your Honor, which goes to the flight risk portion of, the bond factors that the court can consider. Ms. Bryant has no criminal history. So there's no history of her, appearing or not appearing in court at all, which means
that doesn't mean shit. She could still, remember, she's looking at life in prison, 3 child abuse charges, three first-degree child abuse charges, which in Michigan is life. People do a lot of things that they may not do when they looking at a life sentence. I'm just saying.
She has no history of failing to appear. She, and this information was verified by pretrial services. In addition to that, Ms. Bryant, and this is in the police report, so I don't think this is something that will be disputed by the people. Ms. Bryant, when she was contacted, so she was contacted by the sheriff's department and the officer in charge of this case in regards to this case once the children had been located, and she paid for a Lyft ride to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office to turn herself in to talk to the officers.
And that doesn't mean that she wouldn't go on the run. She at the time probably thought that she could just explain it away to the officers.
Been practiced for a number of years now, and I don't think I've ever had a client who
actually
paid for a share ride to go turn themselves into the Oakland County Jail, and she did that.
So it might be simpler. It might be simpler if I go through the issues that I don't believe are in dispute. One, the fact that Ms. Bryant turned herself in after being contacted. I don't believe that that is in dispute.
It's not, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor. The only issue that I would argue that is in dispute, her ability to cooperate with law enforcement.
Understood.
And then I can only imagine that one of the reasons why she turned herself in is because now that it was all on the news, her dad, whoever else is coming to her aid, wanted to hold her accountable, not put them up with her, but they have all these questions. So they probably were not going to harbor, you know what I'm saying, a fugitive or somebody that's wanted by the law, and all this weird shit is coming out. So she probably had nowhere to run to.
Let me finish going through the items that I'm looking at. There is not a prior criminal record.
We do not dispute that.
All right. There is no record of prior non-appearance or flight to avoid prosecution.
That's understood.
Well, right now we're looking at a case, not a case, but in this case, we're at a bail hearing. So the judge can lower it from 250 million cash to, on recognizances, which is not going to happen. I would have been way more mad. But yeah, it is lowered a very, very, very considerable amount, which she may be able to pay. I don't know. It's tax season, and allegedly she's trying to get the money from her dad and whoever else she can on the outs.
Yes.
So the issues that the court needs to hear about
facts. Latte.
and the court is already aware of the seriousness of the offense charge, and that is certainly something the court will be taking into consideration in modifying any bond. But we have not heard regarding the employment status, financial history as it relates to an ability to post, ties to the community, ties to family members, and the residency is still an issue. So Ms. Kirandongo, if you can address those matters.
Yes, Your Honor. So in regards to the personal circumstances, which I think addresses many of those, Ms. Bryant does have a mental health diagnosis. This is reflected in the police report. And I'll tell the court I did submit a subpoena for her records for CNS, which I know.
What's good, Hood? Again, a mental health diagnosis does not exclude you from a criminal, situation like this.
In my supplement, that's where she was going. I gave the court the name of her case manager for treatment too. It's not enough time to get those records, but this was noted. I also believe it might have been noted in the pretrial services report.
It is
right now. I believe so. And that information was verified, I believe, by her father. So she wasn't receiving any medications, but she was receiving treatment. In regards to her physical health, which is one of the other considerations, I did provide the court with a letter that indicates a medical diagnosis for which she's supposed to be receiving infusions. The jail can't accommodate that. Ms. Bryant also was scheduled to have surgery, which that time has passed, but she has issues with which could be internal bleeding that was supposed to be addressed via surgery, and
the woman said internal bleeding. Now it is a way that I guess you could bleed slowly, over a matter of weeks. But bruh, all of these things, so she needs infusions, blood infusion or iron infusions. You know what I'm saying? They could definitely accommodate her in that, but okay, it's weird. Now all of a sudden she needs surgery and she allegedly has some slow bleed in her body, which would kind of just tell me that she's got some type of hernia, whether it's a hiatal hernia, maybe or not. Maybe she tore, allegedly a bowel or something, but it's just really wild that she didn't tend to these things when she was on the outs. And now it's a problem because she's allegedly bleeding to death internally. That was just wild. And I don't know if Miss Corandongo is just going with everything that Kelli is telling her, but Kelli nevertheless makes her look so stupid, in my opinion, in these type of situations so far,
hasn't been able to.
But listen, y'all, because they're gonna get into her work history, y'all, and I ain't shaming nobody for not making a lot, but understand that even if she was in those children's lives at the time making this amount that they're gonna state, that would have been very hard. She would have needed some type of other assistance or whatever. So I'm just saying, I also want to point out that let's remember that these children were also abandoned in this house during the COVID-19, stimulus packages coming out. Well, we got 3 checks. Well, she pocketed all of them for them children.
Have that surgery. I again submitted a subpoena for those records. It's just simply not enough time for St. Joe's, but I did provide as much information as I could to the court on that. Ms. Bryant also, she is a lifelong resident of the city of Pontiac, which that was verified by pretrial services. I also believe that the community support letter that I provided to the court indicates that that person is a resident of the city of Pontiac and has known Ms. Bryant since she was 14 years old. Also, her information.
But what she knew of Miss Bryant, would she know that Miss Bryant would do such a thing to her children, as far as neglect them? I mean, people always talk about, oh, you knew somebody. You don't know somebody until somebody do some shit like this. And you know what I mean? Like, you didn't see this coming. If you knew her since she was 14 or whatever, she's allegedly like 32 now, 31 or something. So that's a considerable amount of years. Have you ever seen her, put her children last or whatever at any other time, abuse them, neglect them in any other way? I mean, that's interesting. These character references to me really don't mean nothing to me, because if she felt comfortable with them in the least bit, I feel like she would have been honest and truthful about where the children were. So she wasn't even honest with them. It's just weird.
In regards to being a Pontiac resident was verified by her father through pretrial services. I don't
Right.
think there's a dispute that Ms. Bryant has lived in the city of Pontiac her whole life. She went to school.
That also doesn't mean that she wouldn't run. But yeah, she's pulling out the sympathy card. The bleeding internally almost took me out when I watched it, like the first time. Like, what?
Pontiac, and she's never left the city of Pontiac. So that indicates that she has strong ties to the community. I also believe that both the community support letter and also pretrial services, as well as information in the police report, indicate that she has family in the area. Her parents are here. I also indicated to the court that she has siblings in the city of Pontiac. She again has community support, which is not family, but family, longtime family friend.
So she has family, parents involved, siblings, all this and that, friends and all that, but nobody could come forward and help with them children. And she didn't feel comfortable in telling them where the children were at even. Like, that's weird to me.
Who appears to be.
And they just let it go because allegedly she only allowed one of her children to go with the dad. It's not the 3 that were left in the house. So the other 3 are allegedly by one man, and she didn't want him around them, but she didn't want to be around them. So why not give this man a chance to be in his children's life? Like, this shit don't make no sense to me.
An upstanding
It's
member
just
of
wild.
the local community.
She should be sitting up there not really asking for nothing. Just, when is my next court date? You shouldn't have no wants and needs at this point in time. You should just be still.
Provided a letter to the court indicating that she was in support of Ms. Bryant. So she absolutely has community support. Again, it's a very difficult situation. So when I say community support, I want everybody to understand that, that shouldn't mean that, we should be worried about the children, because everybody has made the children a priority. So I just, want the court to know that. But Ms. Bryant absolutely does have a lot of support in the community. In regards to...
I mean, we're here about the children, so they're going to be a priority.
Substance abuse, there's no history of substance abuse for Ms. Bryant that I'm aware. It was not noted in any of the reports, and she has not indicated to me that she had a history of substance abuse or substance use, even marijuana or alcohol. So I don't think that is...
So you mean to tell me that she soberly just left her children in the home unattended for 5 to 3 years, right? Because they can't seem to really remember in totality how many years it was, right? I just, been hearing 4 a lot, but so she left them in the home for all these years and she wasn't on any type of drugs. You want me to believe that this was just a mental illness?
Something
into which she could have avoided. She had all these support systems. She could have informed her father or her mother, her siblings, the baby's father that she wanted to keep away from the children. I'm just saying, and maybe dude wasn't shit, right? But I mean, something got to give here. You know what I'm saying? Something got to give. She should have done what's right and seek services so that they could have figured out if that was a good placement for the children or her parents or whatever, not just leave your children there.
That should be of concern to the court. But again, if it was, the court could order her into testing to ensure that she's not, using any illegal substances. That's a pretty standard condition.
Exactly. They could have.
Bond. Ms. Bryant also submitted, in regards to income, pretrial services report did note her past history of employment. I noted in my supplement that she was also, prior to her incarceration, she was employed. She was paid through the state of Michigan. I could not obtain that information because it's confidential information, and it was something that was shared with me a few days ago. So I was not able to obtain verification, but Ms. Bryant did inform me of who the person at the state of Michigan that was responsible for her was, and she provided me with that name. Unfortunately, it's a very common name within the Department of Health and Human Services.
So allegedly, she was working for the Department of Human Health and Services. And at the same time, she left her kids in the house. But something with that don't sit right to me, because allegedly she gonna tell how much that she made, a paycheck or whatever. And I don't know, was this part-time work or something? I'm not shading her, But how can you take care of 3 children even on this amount of income? Let's listen.
So I was not able to obtain specific information. She does have a pay stub. It's at the residence she was at. I made contact with the person who resides there. They were trying to locate the paperwork for me, but they were not able to locate it as of yesterday evening at 9 p.m. But she was employed, taking home about $800 a month. So that was
$800 a month. I don't even know if that's part. I mean, it would fall under part-time because it's not full-time. It's not 40 hours a week. But $800 a month to take care of these children, these 3 children, if she was at home, right? If she was at home taking care of them, $800 is not enough to take care of 3 children. I'm just saying, right? And with that understood, the reason why I bring that up is because she was staying somewhere else. So did she not have to pay rent or some type of payment at the other house? The house where the kids were, though, that rent was delinquent for at least a few months. So who was paying the rent? Was she on Section 8? Because if she was on Section 8 or some type of housing, they do inspections. So I feel like it's just crazy that these kids would have been left in that home in the home's condition, right? Again, remember, there was 3-4 inches of trash on the floor, fecal matter all over everywhere. The toilet was not working. The house was totally deplorable, right? It's just wild as hell. So on $800, remember, was she getting stamps or something? Like, how was she paying for the kids to eat when she was working at this job? I'm confused at this point.
What she was making at the time she became incarcerated. That amount of money a month would still make her indigent, which she's already been found to be.
Yeah, she could have been on TANF. She could have been on like a work program, like, where you work, whatever. Maybe she was, I don't know. She could have opted out of cash benefits and got the food stamps. Sometimes in some states, I guess they give you more food stamps if you cash out, if you opt out for the cash benefits. But I'm just confused. Like, how was she paying? I'm just confused.
Which goes to her ability to post a monetary bond. Oakland County appointed her an attorney because she
right. Was she a janitor? I mean, $800 a month?
Have the funds to hire one. So I think,
exactly. I'm not judging at all either, but damn.
Did have employment, which is also something that ties with the community. I just think her employment would not be enough, to post a monetary.
EG says, I bet she was getting Section 8 and food stamps, and no shade there, right? I'm not on it. I wish, bro. I wish. I get tired of paying full, amount of rent and shit like that. But even with that said, right? Okay, so Section 8 would have took care of the crib where the kids live at, right? But the crib that she lived with somebody else, she had to have been paying them something, right? Now, she probably got food stamps, which is why the children, because she was probably putting food in where she was living. And also, basically, from what it appears, giving the scraps or ordering DoorDash occasionally to the house and Instacart for food to be dropped off. And when I say food, I'm not talking about groceries, right? I'm talking about a few things here and there. I remember during the case when they were talking about it at first, the news and stuff, they were talking about how she dropped off or had delivered a loaf of bread to last the 3 children 3 to 4 days. And then what were they supposed to put on the bread, right? And it's just sick. I just have no respect for this bitch. Like, period.
Don't believe there's any family members that have funds. Like I said, they're all caring for the children, and that's financially stressful too. Nobody has money to post bond for her. At this time, I don't believe. The employment history, what was disclosed to pretrial services, was verified.
Maybe it was per diem.
Again, it appears that her father verified.
But then she said the ultimate, far as her paycheck stuff, was $800. What per diem work would she be doing I don't know. I'm just confused.
That information for pretrial services. Some of the other employment that she had was also, verified through the family.
Don't insert that as facts, PG, but I'm just wondering when, because the kids were at one house, but she was at another with, who she was living with, who Miss Corandongo doesn't want to go into who she was living with, but the news went there and a woman answered the door. I'm just saying, normally people do, put, pay in. So she possibly may have been paying quote unquote rent at two places to some degree. And again, the reason why it matters if she's on Section 8 or even housing is because they do inspections. So how did they let that slide? Why weren't these children in school? There's so many reasons to why this should not have definitely gotten out of hand like this, leading into years of neglect and abandonment.
Court case, there was discussions about that. I'm not entirely sure if Ms. Parency was on there when that took place, but it is also information that's been provided to the Department of Health and Human Services. Now, the risk to the community, that's one of the—
Shout out to food stamps. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
The court must take into consideration as well. And again, the chance of her reappearing, I wanted to just address that briefly. The court could address that by placing her on a steel cuff tether that she can't remove from her leg. The court would be aware at all times.
Now, when she's talking about this tether that can't be removed from the leg, there's videos upon videos and people in real life that have removed said tether off of their leg that could not be removed, and all this and that. That is a lie. Those things can be removed and they are removed quite often. Let's continue.
That's where she is. If she failed to appear, the tether—
Damn, it's messing up. Hold on. They don't like Miss Corandongo, child. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Because it's acting funny. Let me calm down. All right, maybe it'll—
where she is. But again, Ms. Bryant turned herself in and actually was inquiring. And I think that people would agree as to the charges she was facing. She knew she—
It's doing it again, y'all. Hold on. I hope it's not acting up on y'all end, but just give me 1 second.
Facing serious charges. She's aware. I've met with her probably 10 times at this point. She knows what she's facing. I don't have any reason to believe she has nowhere else to go. So she's a Pontiac resident. She's been here her whole life. And I say—
Bro, why is this acting like this? And my internet is on 100. Okay.
That already, I think,
So
because she was again not apprehended.
So in my opinion, because I haven't seen anything that stated that she officially hired Miss Corandongo as her attorney, I believe that Miss Corandongo is Kelli Bryant's public defender, but she is, allegedly working hard for Kelli though.
So I'm going to allow the prosecutor to respond to what you have said so far, but I will change a couple of things or modify. You indicated that pretrial services had verified her employment. That's not what the report reflects. It reflects that the defendant reported she had been unemployed since August of 2024. No sources of income were reported. Prior to that, she indicated where she had been working for about a month. So I realize that you are saying you have not had an opportunity to get all of that confirmation, but that you have been seeking it. Ms. Ferenczi?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, as the court has already noted, the allegations and charges in this case are very serious. Defendant, as the court is well aware, is being charged with 3 counts of child abuse first degree, and there is a very high likelihood of conviction. The people are happy to provide any facts or evidence if the court would like to hear it, and the initial guidelines call for significant jail time. Your Honor, as I already indicated, the people do not dispute that Ms. Bryant turned herself in and that she cooperated with law enforcement. But as the court is also aware, that does not equate any sort of assurances that she will appear in court. In regards to the mental health diagnoses.
It's fucking up again, y'all. Hold on.
In that she was being treated by CNS. There's no proof of a diagnosis, nor were any dates provided to confirm that this is accurate. The people at this point do not believe the defendant is a reliable source of information. She has a history of
Exactly. That's my thing. And then they were talking about like a loop in the school system in Michigan that the mother like withdrew her kids from one school and enrolled them in another. And then when the like they just dropped out of the system that way. And I just don't understand that either, And yes, then this mom, quote unquote, is trifling. I like to call these bitches egg donors.
concealing and deceiving. That is what we have here, Your Honor. And
Much love to
any
food
sort of
stamps.
proof,
Facts.
I do not believe that the court can use that as accurate information. In regards to defendant's physical health, again, there was no verification of this medical condition. What was provided was a treatment plan from the clinic at
Oh my God, why is it acting like this, bro? StreamYards be fucking up.
jail. And it seems like she is receiving that treatment that is necessary at the clinic. The clinic deems is necessary. There was an additional allegation that the defendant needed transfusions and a possible procedure. Again, not supported by documentation. But Your Honor, regardless of that situation, I would be hard pressed not to address the reason why we're here today. The reason we're here today is because defendant did not provide her own children, the victims here, with basic medical care, basic needs for years. And this irony of her condition right now is not lost on me. And it seems like she can and is being treated appropriately at the clinic at the county jail. Your Honor, in regards to Ms. Bryant's employment history, again, no proof was provided about her employment status.
Facts. I agree, Latte.
And as the court has already highlighted, the information that was provided has not been confirmed even with pretrial services. So again, the people do have a concern that defendant is not a reliable source of information. What the people can confirm is that Ms. Bryant abandoned her children, the victims in this case, in an unlivable residence where several rent payments lapsed. In regards to defendant's ties to the community and the support alleged in the supplemental motion, upon information and belief, the statements that Ms. Bryant had made to the police are quite the opposite regarding her level of support. Again, she has a history of deceiving those who are attempting to support her.
Yeah, I've thought about moving to another streaming platform too. Restream was one that I was looking at as well. I might just have to, because this is ridiculous. Like literally my internet is on 100. It stays at like anywhere from like 96 to 100.
Years. And it is difficult for me to imagine that all of her beliefs about her alleged support systems have completely changed within 2 weeks of her being in custody. And honestly, it does feel self-serving, Your Honor. The letter that was provided to strengthen her community support argument was not, again, as the court has already heard, was not from the individual who she is requesting to be released to and reside with. That individual in the letter wants to remain anonymous. How is that considered a voucher or a support for the defendant? In the letter, the individual does not make any statements about how they intend to assist the defendant if she were released. And when the last time they even spoke, that individual also admits that the defendant lied about the victim's whereabouts. They also stated the defendant knew that this individual was there if she needed help, but defendant never reached out. This is all very troubling to the people, and it is telling about the serious instability of defendant's support and her willingness to rely on that support. No one is willing to vouch for the defendant. Your Honor, in regards to defendant's potential flight risk, the people do believe the defendant is a potential flight risk with the level of local and national attention and her lack of community ties and stable housing. Most importantly, we believe that she does pose a danger to the community, specifically the victims who are members of the community, who she egregiously and intentionally neglected for years. One other point the people want to address is the risk of reoffending. The people do believe the risk of reoffending is high here. Again, in her own statements to the police, while she was cooperating with law enforcement, defendant was not accepting or acknowledging what she did, which places a high risk of reoffending. And Your Honor, our request has always remained the same. We are requesting a high cash bail, no cash surety, no 10% provision, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kirandongo, this is your burden to modify the bond at this point. So any comments that are not repeating what you've already said?
Like, somebody can run. Stop playing with me, Zen. Somebody can run with, you know, very little money or whatever. All you need is a Greyhound ticket, child. I'm just saying. But no, she won't get fired with 800. You know what I'm saying? I just think that, you know, she just knew that nobody would help her after it all was public and her address was put out there, and it had to have been her kids, you know what I mean, as far as her dad. But the opportunity, you know, I've seen people run less than 800. I'm just saying that.
But anything else in conclusion to your argument?
I will try not to repeat myself, Your Honor. I just wanted to say that in regards to the bond amount or the kind of bond, quite frankly, the court.
Because see, at the thing that you guys got to remember is the judge has to give her a bond. Now, the first judge gave her the $250 million cash bond, right? But this judge is going to, you know, change it up a little bit, y'all.
Would be much more assured of Ms. Bryant's appearance if the court was to do a surety bond, because it would involve potentially a bail bondsman who would also,
in Michigan.
So in addition to any other supervision the court would order, would also be supervising her whereabouts. So actually asking for a cash only bond, I think on behalf of the people, for me, you know, would be less of assurance of her, if that's what they're going to argue, of her appearing. A cash surety bond, on the other hand, would you know, involve another party being a bail bondsman. That all being said, Your Honor, you know, I think I provided a lot of specificities in the information that I provided to the court. Reality of it is that, you know, you can't get this information in writing in 2 days. Nobody.
Damn, it's messing up again, bro.
Ever has that information when a person is being arraigned at, you know, first arraignment date. And, you know, again, given the level of attention this case has received, it's you know, it's been difficult. The person signed their name to the letter, so the court knows who this person is. And I think everybody can appreciate, you know, given the level of attention this case has received, why people don't want to show up on screen here with all the cameras and the news. And, you know, I don't think that that's anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
That would be abnormal. That being said, I think if the court was to follow the bond statute, again, Ms. Bryant's bond, I don't believe should be a cash bond. It should be a recognizance bond with conditions, which
she is bold as hell. Not a recognizance, not a ROR, child. No.
As I indicated, could include a steel cuff tether, pretrial supervision, mental health treatment, drug screens. And, you know, all of those things would assure her reappearance and would also assure that the court knows where she is. So I'm asking based on that. And I think, you know, in regards to reoffending, we know who the complaining witnesses were. I don't believe.
And I don't know who told Ms. Corandongo that those, you know, tethers, AKA house arrest bracelets, can't be removed. That's bullshit.
If there's any risk of reoffending, the children, again, you know, would not be in Ms. Bryant's care.
All right, thank you. At this point, the court did set this for a separate hearing in order to review whether there should be a modification of the bond. And as I indicated, the party seeking the modification had the burden of going forward with this. So the real question for the court is
I didn't even think about it. Yeah, her just going up to Canada. Shout out to Latte. I didn't understand that Canada thing at first. But man, it ain't that far. You're right.
A substantial reason to modify the original bond.
Facts.
Now, the purpose of the bond and pretrial release conditions are to ensure the defendant's return to court and also the protection of the public and alleged victims in the case. The purpose of the bond is certainly not to punish. Even though this is an extremely high impact case, there is much interest in the outcome of this case and in the bond. So
I'm dead, Latte.
The law is very clear that with certain exceptions, a criminal defendant is entitled as a matter of constitutional right to have a reasonable bond or bail established for pretrial release. Cash bond is permissible if the defendant's appearance or the protection of the public cannot otherwise be assured. The court recognizes that this bond review hearing was set in a fairly short period of time, and some of the information that I requested, according to defense counsel, could not be provided within this time. I'll also note that the principal charges in this case are felonies, but not strictly assaulted crimes under the court rule. At this point, I have reviewed all of the factors that the court is to take into consideration in determining the proper bail. The court has also reviewed the pretrial services report, and in that report, there was still a question as to the residence. However, for purposes of going forward, we will use the address that is listed on the complaint and also in the pretrial services report. In terms of the mental health concerns, the court will address that as a condition of bond. I am still not satisfied that the court can at this point say that there is a guarantee of a return to court. The defendant has not been a flight risk in the past. However, the potential penalty in this case is quite high given the nature of the charge. The protection of the public and the victims is also a concern, and I do
and I'm sorry, you know, the audio is kind of messed up. It apparently somebody at the courthouse decided that they were going to start vacuuming the hallway at this time. I tried to condense the audio, but it was still really airy during pretty much the whole thing. That kind of happens with news things. Sometimes you won't get one side of the audio or whatever, so I do apologize about any background noises.
Share some of the concerns that were mentioned by the arraigning judge in terms of the defendant's potential to reach out to the alleged victims, the children in the case, to try to influence any testimony, and I'm going to deal with that issue. So I realize that there may
a boat risk, I'm dead.
Maybe a need to do further review of the bond, but I do find that the court has an obligation to set a reasonable bond, and the current bond amounts to a denial of bond. So what I'm going to do is modify based on the information that we have that is verified. So I'm going to modify the bond in this case. I'm still requiring a cash bond for purposes of ensuring that the defendant returns to court to give further support to protection of the public and to prevent reoffending. But I'm going to reduce the bond to a $50,000 cash bond at this point with the following conditions. The defendant will be on pretrial services supervision. There's to be no alcohol or illegal drug use, no possession of a weapon, no assaultive conduct of any sort while this case is pending, no contact with any child under the age of 18, absolutely no contact with the alleged victims in this case. That means no contact at all, including no personal contact, phone calls, text messages, no reaching out to parties who have control of those children right now, no contact with them whatsoever. I am going to impose a home confinement electronic monitoring device. The defendant may not leave home except for medical emergencies, court appearances, court-ordered testing, and if employment can be verified, it is not verified at this point, then seeking and maintaining employment. But at this point, that has not been verified. So I don't want there to be any confusion in indicating that the defendant can go to and from work. We need verification first.
And these are if she gets out. So she still needs the $50K cash bond, which is high, but it dropped way, way, way low.
Travel.
But I think that it should have really stayed up there in reality. But the judge was saying that normally people wouldn't be able to achieve the $250 million. And that goes into like bail reform and shit like that. But anyway.
Will require permission of the court. No return to the address of the alleged incident. No return to the address of the alleged victim. Any changes of address would have to be provided to the court within 24 hours. Those would be the modifications to the bond at this point. Any questions as to what the court is requiring? And I will note that Ms. Bryant, be aware that if you violate any condition of release, you would be subject to arrest without a warrant and may have your bond forfeited, revoked, new conditions imposed in addition to any other penalties if you are found in contempt of court. Any questions, Ms. Kirandongo, as to what the court is requiring?
Just a clarification. So that's still no surety?
Correct. Ms. Ferenczi, any questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And if Ms. Kirandongo, as further information is received, I know you have subpoenaed some information, you can provide that to the court. The court is willing to do an individualized review later as well. And also, if I did not indicate, a mental health evaluation and following any treatment plans.
I feel you on that. Because the next case that I want to talk about that I already have ready to go, in another live stream, it's actually 2 cases where I feel like Black children were failed in Michigan. And then we gonna kind of move on to other states, but I'm gonna keep up with these other cases. But yeah, it's some fucked up ass shit going on.
As a condition of bond, since mental health conditions were reported.
So she would be able to leave in order to get that accomplished, I'm guessing, correct, even though it's not a medical emergency. It would need to be a separate, I think, exception to the home confinement.
That would have to be something that pretrial services will be further involved in.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Ms. Ferenczi, any questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
The next court date is scheduled for April 15th at 2 p.m. That will be on Zoom. If there is a need for some other review, I'm confident that the parties will raise that by motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
As we come to you, a dramatic.
Now there's gonna be a few news clips on the situation that we just looked at or whatever, and then she's back in court again because she violated basically what the judge said, even though she didn't bond out of jail.
Bond reduction for a mother accused of abandoning her children for nearly 5 years. An Oakland County judge initially set bond at $250 million cash. Well, now her bond is down to $50,000. We are talking about 34-year-old Kelli Bryant. She was in court today via Zoom till about 12:45. Now, police say they were called out to a home in Pontiac. It was back on February 14th. They were doing a welfare check, and they found 3 children living in disgusting conditions. We're talking trash everywhere, feces in the bathtub, and an overflowing toilet. The judge at first said Bryant could be a flight risk. Any idea why the big change of heart from the judge?
Well, it really comes down to what constitutes a reasonable bond. And in this case, the judge decided to lower the bond significantly. This is, of course, a case that has garnered a lot of attention. And you mentioned some of the horrific conditions that these children were found in. The kids were found last month living alone. Police say the home was filled with garbage and human waste and that the kids had allegedly not seen their mother in years. Bryant was charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse, and her bond was initially set at $250 million. Now, at the time, the judge said the bond was set that high because the court was concerned Bryant may try to use, quote, fear tactics to prevent the kids from cooperating with police. Well, today's hearing was to review whether the $250 million bond was reasonable. Here's what the judge had to say.
But I do find the court has an obligation to set a reasonable bond, and the current bond amounts to a denial of bond. I'm going to reduce the bond to a $50,000 cash bond at this point.
And that is a significant reduction from $250 million to $50,000. Now, if Bryant can post that bond, she is not allowed to contact her children or the people who are caring for those kids, and she would also be under house arrest.
I'm going to reduce the bond to a $50,000 cash bond.
A judge makes a surprising decision in a shocking case of child neglect. A bond was initially set at $250 million cash for Kelli Marie Bryant, but today a judge dramatically lowered that amount to $50,000.
But along with that reduction came some very strict rules if she is able to post it.
Well, I think the number one thing here is how do you go from a $250 million bond to $50,000? And the judge said basically at the time when that $250 million bond was set that the court was concerned that Bryant could, quote, maybe use fear tactics to prevent the children from cooperating with law enforcement. Well, fast forward a few weeks.
But hold on. What the news is failing to remember is there was 2 different judges. There was the judge at arraignment, which is the first court date where the judge gave her a $250 million cash bond. And then there's the court that we just saw. Those are 2 different judges.
Later, that bond now at $50,000, and the judge saying that it is a reasonable amount. The Pontiac woman accused of abandoning her kids was back in court on Friday trying to lower her bond. The children were found last month living alone. Police say the home was filled with garbage and human waste and say the kids had allegedly not seen their mother in years.
Ms. Bryant turned herself in and actually was inquiring, and I think the people would agree as to the charges she was facing. She knew she was potentially facing serious charges. She's aware. I've met with her probably 10 times at this point. She knows what she's facing. I don't have any reason to believe she has nowhere else to go. So she's a Pontiac resident. She's been here her whole life. And I think if she wanted to flee the state or go somewhere, she'd have done that.
The people do not dispute that Ms. Bryant turned herself in and that she cooperated with law enforcement. But as the court is also aware, that does not equate any sort of assurances that she will appear in court.
Bryant was charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse, and her bond was set at $215 million. Was reasonable.
We are requesting a high cash bail, no cash surety, no 10%.
If the court was to follow the bond statute, again, Ms. Bryant's bond, I don't believe should be a cash bond. It should be a recognizance bond with conditions.
On Friday, Judge Cynthia Walker significantly reduced Bryant's bond.
I do find that the court has an obligation to set a reasonable bond, and the current bond amounts to a denial of bond. I'm going to reduce the bond to a $50,000 cash bond at this point.
Now, there are some conditions associated with that $50,000.
Hey, allegedly her dad is trying to help her post that bond. So I'm just saying, we about to see in a minute.
Cash bond. First, Bryant cannot contact her children or contact the people who are caring for her kids, and she will also be placed under house arrest if she's able to post that bond.
The Oakland County prosecutor says the mother, who is accused of abandoning her 3 children for years, is directly violating court orders. They say Kelli Bryant should have her communication privileges revoked because she's called her children's caregiver multiple times, and that's something the judge said she could not do as she sits in the Oakland County lockup.
So recently, the prosecution filed this motion to ban all forms of communication. So who is the caregiver? Well, according to the defense, that would be Kelli Bryant's own father. And now they're challenging this restriction.
8 times. Oakland County prosecutors say that's how many times Kelli Bryant called the caregiver for 3 children between February 21st and March 7th. Between March 8th and the 12th, reportedly 10 times. The children are at the center of a child abuse case. The Pontiac mother is accused of leaving them to live alone for years. The home's condition described by authorities as deplorable. As part of her bond reduction, she was told to not have contact with the children and caregiver. Now, prosecutors are asking for a judge to revoke her communication privileges. Criminal defense attorney Lillian Diallo is not connected to the case, but says the people's motion is too severe.
And as a defense attorney, I would argue strenuously and vigorously for her being able to have contact, maybe not with the father now. You can cut that off if that's what you feel has been violated, but don't cut off her only means of communicating with the outside world.
In a response, Bryant's lawyer claims neither the mother nor her defense team had been served a written copy of the court's bond order. The defense claims the mom misunderstood the court statement on the record and didn't realize there was a blanket prohibition from speaking to her father. Meanwhile,
now, do you believe that? Do you believe she just forgot what was said in court? And also that maybe she believed that those were the stipulations if she was to post bail, bond, and she did not post bail or bond. So did she feel like, you know, she wasn't violating it because she was still in jail? Because in my opinion, she just really wanted to like talk to the kids, be around them or whatever. They're going to try to minimize it or whatever. But girl, you ain't really wanted to be around them or cared about them in years. So what about it now? Why do you want to be out so bad? I don't believe it either, MK. Facts. Brittany, they trying to run game on us.
Questions mount surrounding the case.
I swear it's Miss Corandongo behind these excuses, child.
Somebody needs to say something about how these kids just were languishing for years. No birthday, no Christmas, no Easter.
And she stole they damn stimulus checks. Like I said, this was during the time when we got the stimulus checks. So she got all that money and them kids still sat in that house and suffered. They didn't get a hey, how was your day? A movie. night with mom. They didn't get any of that. And I feel like that's like severely overlooked, because when I watched other people, they just kind of like minimize. Like, I don't think they're grasping that this is like 3 to 4 or 5 years. But she got stimulus for these children and still left them in a fucked up situation. They had no cleaning supplies. Y'all, when it came out in the reports, part 1 that I did on my video section, they said that the little girls, the 12-year-old and the 13-year-old, was sleeping on old pizza boxes. And the boy, the 15-year-old boy, had a small, dirty mattress. Like, come on, bro. She had no regard for these children at all. Like, I don't even feel like she should be in there worrying about a bail at all. She should sit her fucking ass down.
Nobody asked for the kids out?
With new developments and a child abandonment case.
Right, and nobody asked. And then when that came up in the case, they said, well, she said that the kids were with somebody else. But now the family is all attentive. They want to get the kids and be around. And, you know, ain't what's to say if she gets out that she don't just be around the kids. Furthermore, victimizing them, because she probably gonna tell them, like, you know, if they ask you to testify or whatever, because these are children that could be called to testify. Of course, the news, when if that happens, if they're in the courtroom, they may look somewhere else, or, you know, off to the side or whatever at the seal of the courtroom while the children testify to protect their identities and stuff. But these are children that could testify in their own case. You know what I'm saying? So with her being out or being able to call this family member and talk to her kids or send messages to her kids could be manipulation, in my opinion. Like, I just don't like.
Case that's grabbed attention nationwide. Prosecutors say Kelli Bryant violated a court order that bans her from contacting her children or their caregiver.
Oakland County prosecutor Karen McDonald is now asking a judge to revoke Bryant's communication privileges.
Well, Bryant allegedly made nearly a dozen calls from jail to try to contact her children. She's barred from doing so. Obviously, now those calls are monitored from the jail. When prosecutor's office found out about it, Karen McDonald filed a motion. She now wants all of Bryant's communication privileges revoked immediately.
If you're in the Oakland County Jail and you have specific rules and provisions and orders, but we have a duty when we know about something and we know that somebody's violating a no contact order. And in this case, it's a very serious crime. It's a very serious crime. And we have a duty to protect victims, and we're going to do that every time.
Oakland County prosecutor's office found a motion to revoke all Bryant's communication privileges after learning she violated a court order not to contact her children 10 times. Bryant is charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse after being accused of abandoning her 3 children for several years in this trash-filled condo in Pontiac. McDonald says Bryant not only made contact with her children's caregiver directly, Bryant is also accused of having other inmates make calls for her from the Oakland County Jail.
The other inmates is crazy to me. Now, I want to break this down to y'all. So, of course, because this is a highly publicized case, this egg donor mother, quote unquote, is in a portion of the jail where she's basically in segregation to protect her and all this and that at this time. So she was giving other inmates numbers to call to relay messages. And that's crazy, in my opinion, because in that situation where she would be segregated from everybody else, she would still have phone privileges. So she's excessively calling, and to do what? In my opinion, it's not just about the bail.
Although it's her children she's trying to contact, McDonald says in this case, they are the victims.
The evidence shows and suggests, and the allegations are very serious.
Yeah, they said that the toenails were so long that when they tried to walk the girls from in the house, and I'm pretty sure the son too, but in the house to outside, you know, to get in the ambulance or the police car and shit so they could bring them to the hospital, because now they need to do a full medical examination, make sure that the kids are good, you know, and things like that. Make sure that, you know, maybe they gave them their immunizations, because I'm sure that all of those things have been also, you know, neglected as well. It's so sad. Them girls, like all the children's hairs was matted. You know, I'm sure she wasn't in there, you know, giving them haircuts and things like that. Again, feces all over the house. It's just disgusting. I feel so bad for them.
Serious, which is why I'm sure you're all here. It's jarring. And
they're already talking about you know, therapy for the children and stuff like that, and you know, a trust fund for the money to go into so it goes directly to the children.
My focus is on these kids, and I don't believe,
hey, sweet mocha,
that can be done unless they're in a secure and stable environment with free of influence or pressure from anyone else.
Kelli Bryant in more trouble after allegedly breaking a judge's order to stay away from her kids and their caregiver. Prosecutors say that she's repeatedly not only called the caregiver, but enlisted help from other inmates to make calls as well.
Oakland County prosecutors say that the mom allegedly called a caregiver 8 times between February 21st and March 7th. Between March 8th and the 12th, reportedly 10 times. In a response, Bryant's lawyer claims neither the mother nor her defense team had been served a written copy of the court's bond order.
So she wasn't there in court. She was right there. And even though that judge that just dropped her bail, you know, stated those were the stipulations if she bailed out, the first judge that set it at $250 million cash bond specifically noted that she is to have no contact with the children, and it wasn't, in my opinion, excluded just to the bond situation. It was just period and no contact order.
The defense claims the mom misunderstood the court statement on the record and didn't realize there was a blanket prohibition from speaking to the caregiver. And recently we did speak to a legal analyst who believes that revoking communication privileges is too severe. However, this legal analyst went on to say that it is appropriate for her to not have any contact with the children or the caregiver, but to keep the line.
The dad, he should know. I mean, he should be at these court dates. Maybe not. Maybe in my opinion, since her dad has the kids, her dad should fall back in the case and should not really communicate with her at all, period. Just period, because the kids are there. They could answer the phone. We talking about 15-year-old, 12-year-old, 13-year-old. You know what I'm saying? They could definitely answer the phone or whatever, and then just hearing her voice. But just off GP, she shouldn't be contacting them, period. She shouldn't needed to be told that.
Open to the outside
You
world.
know?
However, a judge is expected to decide on what happens next in just a few short hours.
All right, calling People versus Kelli.
All right, now this is that court date now.
Marie Bryant, case number 250216FY.
Good afternoon, Kenny Barrett on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Cecilia Carandago on behalf of Kelli Bryant. She's present via Zoom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Bryant, would you state your name for the record, please?
Kelli Marie Bryant.
Thank you. Ms. Ferrancy, this was People's motion to restrict communication privileges from the jail.
That's correct, Your Honor. As I noted in my motion that was filed last week, the people became aware that the defendant had been calling the minor victim's caregiver on a daily basis, sometimes multiple times a day, which is in violation of the custody order that was dated March 7th, 2025. I do not believe that defense is contesting the fact that these calls were made. The people do have witnesses on standby if the court does wish to hear testimony, but that is the reason that this motion was filed.
Oh.
Straight evil. And that's why I wanted to go to trial, because I want to know what she's going to claim as her defense in this whole thing. Like, to me, there's none that she could give, but I'll entertain the shit. I want to see like what she says ultimately, what, you know. And in my opinion, Ms. Carandago, her public defender, just wants, you know, the publicity to be shut off or whatever, so nobody could see what's going on in the court, because then in reality, a lot of people forget about the case. So they wouldn't even come for just like recaps of what's allegedly going on in the case, like far as on the news. If they allow the news to sit in there, but not record with their cameras, you know, the news is still going to write down like what happened or whatever, and they'll do their thing. I don't know, just in my opinion, she wants to like minimize it as much as she can so that she can cut out any like person that may come up for jury duty or whatever to hear it. And also, I'm pretty sure that the less that this is in like the news and stuff, eventually Kelli would be able to, in some cases, work her way out of segregation and into main population where she may be more comfortable since she's going to be there for a while. No, this is not a murder case, but I do still think that this case is going to go on for a while. I would say a little bit shy of, you know what I'm saying, a year and a half in totality, because I don't think she's just gonna, I don't know, maybe we'll see. I just wanted to go to trial because I want to know the ins and the outs. Like, please explain this to me, how you got up every day knowing that your children were being neglected and you fucking did nothing. Like, you could have had, you got all this support system around you. People are allegedly going to help you post your new bail that the judge gave you, 50,000 cash bond, right? But, you know, nobody could help you in this time where you're telling, you could have told them something. You didn't care about your kids. Like, I could not ever do that. Not even like to anybody's kids.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
Yes, Your Honor, just
what's good, Alexis?
Ever so briefly. So it's my client on the phone call, so that's not really the issue here. The issue that I brought up in my answer. So
True. I mean, there's gonna be that, but you know, we'll see. That's another reason why I'm in my mind, and don't hold this as facts, but in my mind, I'm thinking this case gonna push back about a year and a half. Just, you know, but maybe not. Maybe next court date she like demands a speedy trial. You know what I'm saying?
People did provide, I want to say, about 20 phone calls.
Yeah, this is a new case. This is a couple of, like, about a month and a half old.
There's one single phone call, which was actually prior to the court holding the bond hearing on the 7th. So it was on the 7th in the morning where the caregiver volunteered some information to Ms. Bryant. Ms. Bryant didn't ask, you know, she, on none of the phone calls, Ms. Bryant is asking about the children. The issue that we're having is that Ms. Bryant, after the court hearing, so the court held a hearing, made its oral ruling, and then Ms. Bryant nor myself were ever provided with a written order. I don't believe that Ms. Bryant, so that we weren't provided with a custody order, nor a pretrial release order, nor anything else in writing.
No, but that's just common sense. You're being charged with 3 motherfucking child abuse charges separately in family court. Miss Ferenczi, Kanika Ferenczi, the prosecutor, the assistant prosecutor, is currently going for her parental rights to, you know, sever the parental rights of those 3 children and place those children in a home for them that is more stable. You are looking at life in prison for 3 first-degree child abuse charges. Common sense would tell you that there's a no contact order.
Ms. Bryant was under the impression that she was not allowed to talk about the children, inquire about the children, you know, not even ask how they were doing. And she didn't do any of that, Your Honor.
Now that may be true because she went for what, 3, 4 years, 5 years without really caring about her kids at all.
Bryant or myself been provided with a written order. I had to go and listen to the hearing again when Ms. Ferenczi called me.
She's allegedly calling her dad to ask him about bail, to ask him to post her bail. And did the bail bondsman call you this, that, and the 5th?
And indicated that she was filing this motion because I didn't have recollection of that part of the order. I knew that Ms. Bryant couldn't have contact with the children or ask about them or, you know, try to pass messages or anything like that, and she didn't do that. I did listen to the recording back. I spoke to Ms. Bryant. I emailed the court asking for the order because there was no bond order ever provided to her or myself. I was mailed out a copy that I received a few days ago from the DISCRETION printout. So
we about to get into the Big U situation. We got 10 minutes for this clip and we're headed over there.
The register of actions basically that had the bond conditions on them, and I myself provided them to Ms. Bryant yesterday. Neither one of us have still received a custody order or a pretrial release order. And so my position is to revoke all of her privileges at the jail, her communication
Right. I wish they would have let us hear the jail phone calls, but I'm sure those will come out in the case.
Privileges with what I believe is a defective notice in writing, and B, you know, she's never engaged in any kind of inquiry or anything in regards to the children. I don't believe it's appropriate. I don't think the people, unless I'm missing something, are disputing the factual statements that I'm making in regards to the content of the phone calls, nor do I think they have any specific knowledge that Ms. Bryant was actually served with any of the orders. So I'm asking, and I'm just going to tell the court, if I had heard the courts, I know exactly what the court said now because I went and listened to it again. If I had known, I would have had a conversation with Ms. Bryant, but I would also have addressed it immediately, because part of the problem is when the court, you know, the court reduced the bond has to be posted somehow. Those were the contents, I want to say, of 95% of the conversations, including the calls that were made by other inmates. Those were only in regards to her bond. So the statements made by the
right. So they claiming the only thing that she called about was concerning her bond.
People, you know, and quite frankly, every day in the media since this came about, that Ms. Bryant is somehow reaching out to the children, trying to talk to them. It's just simply not true. So at this time, I'm asking both that the court allow for contact with the caregiver unrelated to the children, which I don't think the people can say that my client ever uttered a word about her children, and at least on the recordings I was provided, you know, and they monitor those calls, so they know if she talks about the children or if the caregiver talks about the children, which is not the case, that you allow that type of contact with the caregiver because it is the media for her bond issues, but also that you allow her privileges to remain intact. I don't think it's appropriate to revoke them at this time. I did provide her with the order. I don't believe there's been any further reaching out and nothing like that pending the court's decision today.
One thing before I go back to Ms. Ferenczi, it is customary for the court to enter the orders and restrictions from the bench. And the court reviewed them on the record, reviewed them at the time of the hearing. So I don't think there was anything unclear about
facts. I don't think she should be able to call the caregiver at all.
What the court indicated. But Ms. Ferenczi, any response?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that. Judge Walker, I agree with that statement. You provided the defendant with actual notice on 3/7/2025. You were very clear in your holding, in your ruling. You stated that there should be no contact. Your exact words are no contact with alleged victims, including no personal contact, no reaching.
Yeah, but I don't know if they can do that though, where they put a clause where the dad can't bail her out. But there's also a stipulation that still, if she's out, she can't have any contact with the kids. And they said that her mom and dad are in support of her. So is the mom and the dad together and the kids are in there, or what? Like, where is she going to go at this point? You know, because it's probable, not saying she could have been living with a sibling at that house that was 6 miles away from the house where her children were abandoned, or with her mother. Maybe her parents are separated, but she should not be around them kids at all, period.
Out to parties who have control of those children, no contact with them whatsoever. Ms. Bryant had actual notice that day. Your Honor, there's a reason for these no contact orders. As the court is well aware, there are also reasons for bond, which includes the assurance that the defendant appear in court and that the defendant comply with court orders at best.
All right, you're talking about Ms. Corandongo.
That is skirting the line of compliance here, Your Honor.
That's the public defender of Kelli Bryant.
She didn't understand. She didn't know. That is simply not a defense, especially as she had actual knowledge and actual notice on 3/7/2025 with what the court ruled on the record. Your Honor, my concern.
But and she may have not called to see how the children were doing. You know what I'm saying? Again, that would correlate with behavior that she's already shown us, where she don't care about them kids. You know what I'm saying?
First, that Ms. Bryant defied the court's order on 3/7/2025 with the no contact, but also
but they knew of her little children. But did she tell that lady too that you know, somebody else had the kids, like she told allegedly her parents and her other family? Because that's crazy.
Now circumventing Oakland County Jail's rules and having
thank you, Jay,
other inmates contact on her behalf, which is in violation of their rules as well. Your Honor, there are multiple reasons for, and that I'm not going to belabor the record, the importance of no contact orders. Victim preservation is first and foremost to protect the alleged victims from potential intimidation, harassment, or further harm by the defendant. These victims have gone through trauma and have been going through trauma for years. It only benefits everyone involved to have separation, which is why this court put in place the no contact order with both the victim.
Well, she's allegedly getting mental health services in jail too.
And also the people that are charged to protect them right now. And I do believe that this is a clear, on its face violation of the custody order that the court put in place on 3/7. And I do believe that the request to revoke these communication privileges is valid, and I ask for the court to do so.
Now, the court has not heard any of these recordings, so I am relying on those who have reviewed them. So in any of the recordings, has there been any attempt to contact or have conversation with the children?
Your Honor, if I may respond, there has not been any attempt by Ms. Bryant to make direct contact with the victims. There has been one call that I believe Ms. Karen Dongo just referenced, where there was a discussion about appointments.
And Your Honor, if I may clarify, the caregiver brought it, they weren't even talking, they were talking about something completely unrelated. The caregiver mentioned that, well, I guess I'm not going to say it on the record. I think the court knows what, but mentioned an appointment.
Okay. Let me just be clear about one thing, because at the time the court imposed these conditions, the purpose was to protect the integrity of the judicial process, make sure there was no tampering with any witnesses of any sort. And the court at that time did not even know exactly who the caregiver was. But the intention to protect that was to make sure that there was no contact with the victims or anyone who's caring for the alleged victims, so that there is no attempt to influence potential testimony in this case. So that was one of the reasons for that. Right now,
none of that.
Right now, the types of communication that the defendant has is what? Through tablet?
Yes, and the phone.
Tablet,
Tablet and the phone. Correct.
Okay. Any other forms of communication?
Not that I'm aware.
Not that I'm aware either.
Is the potential there for the jail to restrict contact to specific phone numbers?
I don't believe so, Your Honor, but I'm going to tell the court, if the court is, she understands now, and if the court is not modifying that, I am telling the court that there's not going to be any other issues. There will not be any other issues. They can monitor her from now until eternity, and she will not violate the court's orders.
I'm not
understanding.
I
definitely like the other judge better.
Why other inmates have made calls. That is just baffling to me.
It would explain it on the calls, Your Honor. So Ms. Bryant is housed. First, she was housed in the clinic for a number of time, for a number of weeks, I believe. Then she's housed in a single man cell. They allow her to exit the cell, I believe, once a day. And the phone calls that were made by other inmates were in regards to the bond. So whether there had been, I think one of them had asked if the caregiver had spoken to another family member of Ms. Bryant's, because it had to do with, where she was going to be when she got out from jail. And all of the other calls were in regards to either reaching out to a bail bondsman, inquiring on whether the caregiver had received a phone number for, a specific bail bondsman. That was the gist of it. Those calls, I think the longest one was 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Like, what the dad needs to do is forget about his daughter. Let her fight her case. And if he has money to donate to this cause of getting his daughter out, he needs to spend that on the children. That's what he needs to do. Like, take them on a vacation somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, something, bro. Other than, like, what? Bail her out for what?
The other ones were much shorter. There were no discussions about anything else. And the reason it was done, and I don't know, I know you can't do three-way calling. There were no three-way calling. But the reasons that was
latte with that,
because Ms. Bryant couldn't get out of her cell. And it was after, the court had modified her bond and my client is trying to raise the money to post bond. So there was no discussions either, but that was the reason. And I'm being, as forthcoming I can with the court. It's pretty clear from the phone calls that that's the reason. too.
Now, I don't know about that. I think he was referenced, but I don't know where their dad is, but I'm sure from what it seemed like, she knew, right? Like that she could have sent them to be with the dad, allegedly. From what I remember, she knew that she could have sent them, but she didn't want to. Instead, she told people that that's where they were, and she left them in this house.
At this point, it appears to me that there was a
Right.
flagrant
He need to fight for his rights, for real.
violation of the court order. I am confident that you have now reviewed this with her, Ms. Kirandongo, with your client, Ms. Bryant, so there would be no additional such calls. However, the violation is a flagrant one. So I am going to temporarily suspend her jail communication privileges for a period of 1 week because I want to make sure that she understands the court orders are exactly that. They are not suggestions. They are not hopes that you will comply, but I expect strict compliance with the no contact provisions. So I am going to indicate there will be a 1 week suspension of any jail communication. And then Ms. Ferenczi, if in communication with the
I'm chosen
jail, there can be follow-up to make sure there are no other violations, because if there is another violation, the court will schedule an emergency hearing within 24 hours of receiving notice of a violation.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Your Honor, is it at all possible, I know the court is a little bit restricted, but is it at all possible to have a bench conference about a separate issue?
I can't.
Okay, yeah, now I remember that. I should have probably watched the other video just to cover up, because I've been watching, looking at other cases and stuff. But the dad was locked up. When he got out, she wouldn't allow him to visit and went against court orders. See, he should get his rights. He should get his rights.
If it's not, we can communicate.
Simply because we have a three.
That way they don't got to worry about the grandfather at all. The grandfather, her dad, can just focus on her, and the kids can be safe, hopefully, with the dad. Hopefully he's better than she was.
Suspended homicide probable cause conference right after this one.
We'll communicate with the court in writing then.
That's fine.
Between Ms. Ferenczi and I. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Bond is otherwise continued.
All right, so there's that one. Now, I feel like she definitely could have just sat up in there, like, hold on. They got her on 1 week or whatever of where she can't use, devices, the phone or whatever. I feel like she should have been in the same conditions that she left them kids in. It's so unfortunate that they were in this situation, and now there's this whole situation where they're with the grandfather and the mother may or may not be communicating with the child. I believe that, yes, she called for bail, but on the off chance that maybe she could be, slick or whatever, just starting to call him, it just should have been off record, period. And I believe that the first judge stated that in the original portion of the case. But y'all, now we are going to take a look at the Big U situation. Y'all know
From
that
federal authorities.
Big U, Bricc Baby, and Luce Cannon were indicted, arrested. You know what I'm saying? I guess Big U turned himself in, but they initially got, I think it's like 19 or 21 other people or whatever, or in totality. I want to take a deeper look into this. I found out about this literally this morning. So I just pieced this video together, and basically it's a couple of the news clips on it, as well as, of course, the press conference. But y'all know that far as I'm feeling, I'm interested in this case because there's several things that even people in the royal family have brought to me behind the scenes. Like, I don't know, you know what I'm saying, that much about Big U and stuff like that, but I know about gang shit. I know about how the court shit go, you know what I'm saying? But some of like the inside things. Now I know that Big U and Luce Cannon is beefing or whatever, right? They've been beefing for a while. Allegedly, these charges date back to 2011, but Bricc Baby and Luce Cannon, I guess allegedly, I didn't watch the clip in totality, but I was sent it, where they kind of mended fences or whatever. They were good. And then this whole indictment thing happened, but it includes, you know, a murder. It includes all type of IRS frauding, like hella shit, child, and even human trafficking. I heard prostitution was a part of it. You know, of course I edited this video, but so I'm interested or whatever. Again, I had spoke on the Guerilla Hebrew thing. I may double back and take a look at it, but I'm interested in taking some time and really, you know, seeing what's out there as far as this. You know, I do got the paperwork. I believe we secured that. So, you know, going through that, maybe Leak will narrate for us again. But yeah, let's take a look at this and see what's going on. I want to know y'all thoughts. Do you want me to cover it more or what? Let's go.
A big announcement from federal authorities today about the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips gang in South LA. Detectives have arrested multiple people, but they're still looking for others.
The feds have arrested a number of people, accused Rolling 60s gang members who they say are connected to this crime ring. But today they talked a whole lot about one man who they say is a longtime leader of the Rolling 60s gang, a man they are still looking for right now, Eugene Henley Jr.
Federal prosecutors say Eugene Henley Jr. is a longtime leader of the Rolling 60s Crips gang, but in recent years, he's worked in entertainment and run a youth charity that the acting U.S. attorney now says was a front for his criminal enterprise.
He has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label and of somebody who gives back to the community here in Los Angeles. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar.
Henley Jr. is now a fugitive. The feds say he committed a series of racketeering crimes, including extortion, human trafficking, fraud, and the 2021 murder of an aspiring rapper.
Mr. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021 and dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway.
And investigators say he committed crimes while running his charity Developing Options. The nonprofit, seen here on its website, works with groups like the Crenshaw Rams youth football team and brands itself as a group that gives underprivileged kids options beyond gang violence. And now
now allegedly they're talking about somebody else as far as the person that was unalived. It was another rapper. I forgot his name.
Accused of taking money meant for that group.
Mr. Henley is accused of embezzling donations made by celebrities, professional athletes.
And the criminal complaint says since about 2015, Developing Options has received millions of dollars from the city of LA's GRID program. From that, the court documents say Henley has drawn hundreds of thousands of dollars for his salary.
That on the one hand, he's, Mr. Charity, and on the other hand, he's engaging in all this criminal conduct.
Today, the FBI also arrested several other accused Rolling 60s gang members they say are tied to this crime ring.
4 of the 19 defendants were already in custody, and 10 defendants were taken into custody in the last.
No, not to my knowledge. Wack is not arrested, but this the Crip gang. Wack is a blood.
24 hours during this investigation.
But why is Big U blaming Wack 100?
We recovered 49 weapons, 5 pounds of methamphetamines, 10,000 fentanyl pills, and large amounts of cash.
The FBI said the Rolling 60s gang is among the largest in the country, and now they are searching for who they say is one of the gang's longtime leaders, Eugene Henley Jr.
If convicted of the federal racketeering charges, Henley Jr. faces a potential 20-year prison sentence. But again, he's a fugitive on the run right now. You're asked to contact the FBI if you know about his whereabouts.
Good morning. I'm Joe McNally, the acting United States Attorney here in Los Angeles. Today, we're here to announce federal criminal charges against Eugene Henley Jr., a career criminal known as Big U, who used his contacts and leadership role in the Crips criminal street gang, the entertainment industry, and a youth charity to further his own criminal enterprise, an enterprise that engaged in murder, extortion, robbery, human trafficking, COVID fraud, and other felonies. Mr. Henley and several other individuals linked to him. And
no, he recently turned himself in. You'll hear from Big U after this press conference.
His criminal enterprise were charged in a criminal complaint with federal racketeering conspiracy. Mr. Henley is a fugitive, and he is currently wanted by federal law enforcement. Other individuals linked to his criminal enterprise were arrested today.
Oh, because he said, well, I got a clip of him saying that he was finna go turn himself in. He was driving to turn himself in. But the news did say that he was arrested. So I don't know.
Today, approximately 10 defendants.
Again, this is just the first time that we looking at this situation. Don't judge me on nothing because I ain't had full time to, you know, get my receipts. I've been watching videos on it and information on it. But I found out about it like at 5 o'clock this morning. So I just hurried up and put this together for tonight's live stream. And I want to, you know, take a couple of days off at least and see what's going on out there as far as this and bring you guys a better portion. But this is just the press conference, a little bit of news clips, and you get to hear from Big U himself.
Who are charged in various indictments. Again, Mr. Henley is a fugitive. 4 defendants are in state custody and will be transferred into federal custody. And we are still seeking Mr. Henley and another fugitive. The Department of Justice's top priority is eliminating violent crime caused by criminal street gangs and organized crime.
No, I believe it. MK, shout out to Unseen. I believe it. I know. You know, like I said, I know about the shits, but I don't like know all of everything. Like some other people that want me to look into the case, they know like a lot, you know, like people is weighing in, right? I'm not like watching Adam and stuff like that. No shade and stuff, right? But I definitely will find out, you know, we gonna get into it. There is, you know, a probability that WAC is behind this. I'm not gonna put that out there as it ain't, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, just give me a little bit of time to get my research on so I can come in here, you know, like
these organizations cause a tremendous amount of harm in our communities. And today's arrests are part of our office's efforts, FBI, IRS, LAPD, the team you see up here, to make our community safer and rid our streets of these criminal street gangs, including ones operated by violent felons like Mr. Henley, who are posing as savvy businessmen and community leaders, but in the end are violent criminals. The affidavit filed with criminal complaint alleges that Mr. Henley operated Big U Enterprises, a mafia-like organization that utilized Mr. Henley's stature and long-standing association with the Crips criminal street gang and other gangs here in Los Angeles to intimidate businesses and individuals in our communities. I want to stress that the allegations here in the complaint are allegations only, and the defendants are presumed innocent until proven otherwise. Let me talk a little bit about Mr. Henley and the street gang here. As I said, Mr. Henley is a widely known leader within the rolling 60s. He rose to prominence in that gang decades ago, and he has since been a fixture on the internet talk shows and podcasts, all things that law enforcement have looked at closely as part of this investigation. He has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label and of somebody who gives back to the community here in Los Angeles, funding a South LA-based charity, Developing Options, which purports to help at-youth risk escape gang life and escape the perils of gangs in high-crime areas. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of them.
Bella, are you saying that WAC 100 was arrested too? That's crazy.
A murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat.
He is happy as hell. This probably may be one of his biggest busts. You know, this is a Rico case. So it's probably like one of the biggest things he's ever done, you know?
And the criminals that
I don't know. I'm just saying that.
For example, Mr. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021 and dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway. He then attempted to evade and obstruct the investigation into the murder, including ordering witnesses not to speak with law enforcement. Henley's criminal enterprise also engaged in other crimes, including transporting prostitutes across state lines extorting strip clubs, marijuana dispensaries, and other businesses, and fraudulently applying for COVID loans in the form of a business relief loan. On that application, Mr. Henley falsely stated that his music label, Unique Music, operated at a $200,000 profit in 2019 and was entitled to government assistance, despite the reality that the company had operated at a loss and was ineligible for such relief. Finally, Mr. Henley is accused of embezzling donations made by celebrities, professional athletes, and businesses to his charity, Developing Options, which, as I said, purports to give South LA at-risk youth alternatives to gang violence, drugs, and other criminal activity.
Damn.
Henley used this charity as a front. He used it to conceal his fraudulent activities, his criminal enterprises activities, from and evade detection from law enforcement. If convicted on the racketeering conspiracy, he and his co-conspirators face approximately a 20-year federal prison sentence. With that, I'll turn it over to our next speaker, FBI Special Agent in Charge, Ted Dox.
My name is Ted Dox, Special Agent in Charge of FBI Los Angeles' Criminal Division. These operations are truly a team effort, and I would like to recognize those partnerships. If not for their commitment, dedication, and follow-through, we would not be here today. First, I'd like to thank LAPD, IRS Criminal Investigations, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for working collaboratively for the past 4 years. In this case, with FBI Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force on Violent Gangs. I'd also like to thank the U.S. Marshal Service for their assistance today, and many departments in California, Arizona, Nevada, and the North Las Vegas Police Department. Now, this morning, hundreds of agents and officers, including multiple SWAT teams, executed multiple.
Facts. Dirk is another one. Oh my God. I've been looking at some of the stuff on that, and I'm like, damn, bruh, it's a wrap. I feel like it's a wrap for Big U too, and all of them, because they got wiretapping. I mean, now the murder, I got some questions about the murder as far as the DNA, but I don't know that much enough, right? Because I ain't even got my list ready of my questions or where I'm, the things that have really jumped out to me in this case. I literally just took the clips and put them together and edited it down for y'all. But I got questions already, but I'm just saying, like, the wiretapping, bruh, but like the murder, there's some issues with the DNA. And, that's what I'm saying. I want to look more into this because this shit is crazy as hell. This shit is crazy.
Arrest warrants for many of the 19 defendants charged in this case. Search warrants were executed at 6 locations. Those searches continue to be underway. 4 of the 19 defendants were already in custody, and 10 defendants were taken into custody in the last 24 hours. And while we're still seeking the whereabouts of 5 individuals, 3 of
them, wasn't it under his fingernails or something like that, Bell Gates?
Whom we believe we will have in custody shortly. 2 defendants are considered fugitives. They are Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U, and Brian Mejia. We will provide their photographs to the media following this announcement. Anyone with information as to their whereabouts should not take action on their own, but contact the FBI. You can reach us by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. During this investigation, we recovered 49 weapons, 5 pounds of methamphetamines, 10,000 fentanyl pills, and large amounts of cash. The Rolling 16 Crips have been around for decades.
And that's a large amount of drugs. The fentanyl, and you already know they're trying to crack down on the fentanyl, even though I believe, in my opinion, the police be some of the reason why the fentanyl gets redistributed. In my opinion, I'm just saying, right? It get put right back out on the streets or whatever, period. I'm just saying. He says 1-800-CALL-FBI is the number.
And by some estimates, are among the largest gangs in the country, with factions in multiple states. Mr. Henley has been a known member of the Rolling 60s Crips since the 1980s, where he established his reputation and earned standing with fellow gang members. He has been able to use that standing to intimidate businesses and individuals and to commit various forms of violence, including the alleged murder outlined by the U.S. Attorney. He's also been able to influence others to give him money, only to defraud his victims.
You talk about the wrinkles on his forehead?
Including defrauding the U.S., government, the city of Los Angeles, and you, the taxpayer. Before I close, I'd like to ask that anyone who has information about the alleged criminal activity or feel that they have been victimized by any of the defendants, call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We've targeted this gang in the past and will continue to target gangs who seed violence and fear in our communities. The FBI will never waver on our commitment to combat violent gangs and those individuals affiliated who prey on others. Today's arrests made neighborhoods across our city safer. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to IRS SAC Tyler Hatcher.
Child, the IRS is involved because of them PPP loans and that tax fraud.
Good morning. Again, I'm Tyler Hatcher. I'm the special agent in charge of IRS criminal investigation here in Los Angeles. Today's arrests are the result of outstanding investigative work by law enforcement partners from LAPD, U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, and my office, who've worked tirelessly to find the evidence necessary to charge those who are alleged to bring harm to our communities, as you've heard previously. The Rico charges against Mr. Henley and his associates reflect a pattern of crimes that runs the gambit from extortion to robbery to murder to tax fraud and to human trafficking, all under the umbrella of a well-organized criminal organization led by Mr. Henley. Additionally, Mr. Henley duped the County of Los Angeles by running a nonprofit named Developing Options, which was set up to pull youth out of the gang life and promote anti-gang solutions. Yet Mr. Henley continued to personally orchestrate violent gang activity.
They probably bald because look what they got to go through, all these crazy ass cases. Their hair just fall right out.
That impact our communities. Donors trust that their donations will be used in a manner that's consistent with what the charity was set up to do and applied as intended. In this case, it was for the benefit of at-risk youth. Financial transactions leave a trail, and IRS criminal investigation special agents are the best at following that trail. The trails led to Mr. Henley's, allegedly lead to Mr. Henley's
I agree, Latte.
personal bank account, and the money trail doesn't lie. Organized crime victimizes our Los Angeles communities far too frequently, but the arrests made today demonstrate our commitment to making Los Angeles safer for everyone impacted by these criminal enterprises. IRSCI is proud to partner with our federal and state and local law enforcement partners to make our communities safer and to protect from these violent acts. And on that, I'll turn it over to the Chief.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. I'll keep my comments brief. From day one, the Los Angeles Police Department's been proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with the FBI and our partners here today in this critical investigation. The invaluable expertise provided by Operations South Bureau FBI Task Force on the Rolling 60s criminal street gang has played a pivotal role in securing these 19 federal indictments laid out this morning. It's a measured step forward in our ongoing fight against gang violence and brings hope and relief to a community that for too long has endured far too much. Together, we will continue to protect and serve, working tirelessly to ensure safety in all of our neighborhoods. I'll return the U.S. Attorney, Joe McNally, for any questions follow-up.
Take any questions.
So Henley is still on the loose?
He is.
You expect to snag him today, or is it something where you
Yeah, I think all I can say is that look, he is the leader here, and we're looking for him and trying to find him. He's a fugitive at this point, and we're using resources to try to track him down. The arrests were made this morning, and the early this morning.
That's of the more than this over here.
So there are a number of arrests, I think roughly 10 this morning, and then there are other individuals who were in state custody that are being transferred into federal custody. But approximately 10 arrests were made this morning.
I think you mentioned it earlier, but what kind of penalties or crime?
This shit crazy.
So a federal racketeering conspiracy complaint charges that's charged here, 1962D, covers
Oh
up to
yeah, dude is definitely feeling himself.
20 years in federal prison. The next stage here would be that Mr. Henley and others would be indicted by a grand jury, and the penalties at that point could range and include higher penalties. So at this point, he's charged in a criminal.
Is he charged with murder?
He ain't lost none of his hair. You're
charged
right.
in a Rico conspiracy, and part of that Rico conspiracy, one of the predicate acts is the murder that is described in the complaint. He has not yet charged in an indictment with substance.
You mentioned the taxpayers were defrauded. Can you tell us how much taxpayer dollars he obtained from what, say, leader or official? And what does this mean for groups that are working on anti-gang efforts and trying to get donations from celebrities or speaking?
Sure. So I think just to kind of go back, Mr. Henley and the allegations are here, operated a criminal enterprise. He used his status in LA as a gang member, somebody who was known as an enforcer in order to.
I think he is. I haven't heard that much about the Nipsey situation.
Execute
in some years, I'll say.
The crimes that are described in the criminal complaint. As part of that, and to get to your question, he also had this charity and held himself out there to be somebody who was committed to reducing gang violence, committed to supporting youth in the city. As part of that, he received grants from government agencies to do that work. And as we describe in the criminal complaint, he used that goodwill to benefit himself.
And I don't know if y'all could see it, but it was bothering me in editing. So there's like this white thing on the side of his mouth. I don't know if y'all see it. Y'all can't see my mouse or whatever, but
diverted money from that charity and lined
it's right on this side, like closest to, I don't know,
his own pockets with it. And that money was ultimately traced, and that we can show that he used it.
It looks like a little bit of spit, but
for personal purposes. So there was an embezzlement angle to this, to the criminal enterprise, where hundreds of thousands of dollars were siphoned off that should have gone to charitable purposes, gang reduction, gang intervention. Instead, he used it for his own purposes, his own criminal enterprise. In addition to that, there was tax loss. And like many of our cases, we ultimately do a financial investigation, and we see that embezzlement, that siphoning happens often. There's a parallel tax.
Y'all see it? Y'all see it?
Conduct that is also described in the complaint. So you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that the charity ultimately siphoned off for his purposes. It was a charity that he controlled, and again held himself out there to be somebody in our community who was
not a blister.
As Chief McDonald said, these communities are oftentimes our poorest communities that need intervention the most. They need law enforcement the most. He held himself out as somebody who was part of that team trying to improve South Los Angeles. And the facts in the indictment and the wiretap calls that we intercepted as part of the investigation that are described in the complaint, not the indictment, the complaint, describe.
And why does his mouth just look very moist and wet?
That contradiction, that on the one hand, he's, Mr. Charity, and on the other hand, he's engaging in all this criminal conduct. That's set out in the criminal complaint.
And so it's outlined in the criminal complaint specifically what government agency gave him money.
It's out.
It better be.
It's outlined that he got grant money. I believe that money flowed through the city of Los Angeles. But I don't have the specifics in front of me.
Not even smoking after Sam did.
Tell you is that typically, grants flow through the state and then eventually, are typically issued through the city.
And to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Did you say the name of the charity, or are you about to say that? Maybe
Yeah, the charity I referenced earlier is developing options.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Last question.
I apologize. Just your efforts to find Mr. Henley. Have you had? I mean, do you have any idea about his potential whereabouts, or any more that you can tell us?
No, other than he's a fugitive and he's being sought by law enforcement, and we're obviously looking for him as we would any fugitive who's engaged in the type of conduct that's alleged here. We believe that
he seemed like in school he was a know-it-all ass nigga. Like, actually, the teacher said this, that, and the fifth, looking at like he just knew everything in the world. Like,
be in Southern California, and for that reason, we're providing his picture and encourage anybody to contact the FBI who knows his whereabouts.
I'm looking at this video as I
all right, here go Big U, y'all.
come in to turn myself in, and I'm disheartened by the fact that they trying to say that I stole something from Developing Option, or I used Developing Option as a front. Developing Option paid my bills. They paid my house note. They paid the bills for my family, the money I made from as an employee for Developing Option. I never mixed that with nothing. I didn't manipulate nobody. I didn't steal nothing. We did PPP loans. We did 2 loans. And that's it, just like everybody else did. I didn't use no fraud. I didn't get none of fake names. And one of them we was paying back and one they forgave. You know what I mean? And the other one we attempted for and they didn't give us nothing for it. I filed my taxes and them coming around telling me I was using Developing Option as a cover. Cover for what? None of that's going to be true. None of that's going to be true. The government putting this big ass picture, they going to arrest 21 dudes. Some dudes I don't even talk to. I don't even know nothing about.
Now, maybe he don't talk to some of them now, but Luce Cannon and them, I know Luce Cannon and him used to run together back in the day. I know that for a fact. Because I think I was watching like one of Hassan Campbell's videos or something. Somebody had sent me something where Hassan Campbell like flipped out on his co-host and shit. But anyway, throughout that, I seen that Luce Cannon was talking shit about Big U, and he was calling him Big Uterus and Big something else or whatever. So I just looked at it and was like, damn, wow, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so, and I don't know about Bricc Baby. I don't know that much about him at all.
So how the hell you going to lump me in with all them? But it's all the big picture, though. It's all the big picture. Now I'm going to be sitting in here. It's going to be years out of my life. Then you going
Did he say years out his life?
To get dudes who I don't even talk to. What they going to say? You ruining people's lives. I heard this up with 21 people that's been arrested. This shit wrong. It is what it is. Church, just pray for me. Pray for me, pray for my family. Look at what we did. You look at what I did. I've been home 21 years. It ain't over, though. That's what it's not. I'm looking at all these charges on the news. I'm headed back to L.A. And then I'm looking at the people they arrested. How you going to go arrest people that I don't even talk to? That's a built-in liar right there. You know what I mean? So, is that how they gonna work the case? Everybody know I don't fuck with Kenny.
He do sound like he just gave up. Like he really sounds defeated.
Everybody know I don't fuck with Bricc Baby. So if you want to arrest certain dudes, them was and put them next to me, them was the dudes you gonna have to call themselves turning against me. Well, ain't no turn against me. I ain't going for that. You might as well go get 600 and whack. These dudes been saying I did shit all year. So what they doing is they go on the internet and these dudes say that I did shit on the internet. Then when you say I did on the internet, they go investigate it. Now you raiding my houses, raiding my shops, raiding all this stuff. And talking about I'm committing crimes and covering up with Developing Option. What crimes am I committing to cover up with Developing Option? You know what I'm saying? I ain't committed no crimes and covered nothing up with Developing Option. Shit crazy. But this how they get you. They get 1 or 2 people to say something.
I think it was the lighting.
Ain't gonna be no real evidence. Ain't gonna be no real nothing. It's gonna be a repeated thug. It's gonna be a bunch of people in jail for a bunch of different crimes that don't have nothing to do with me.
So he's comparing this case to Young Thug's case.
Filling up all of us up and say it's all around the 60s. Watch and see. We just seen it with Thug. I'm finna experience the same thing out here. I knew it was coming. Now they on there saying all this stuff to assassinate my character. All right, man, just pray for me. And again, they can do any one of us. It ain't nobody safe with these dudes. If these dudes feel they want you, how they going around talking about somebody's gonna raid my house before my house get raided? How they there with the police? And y'all sitting there following them. Everybody that's a part of them shows and 100 shows, all them shows. And y'all need to, everybody who following them, promoting them, anything. Y'all wrong. Y'all ain't black. Y'all show ain't for our people. They can put charges against anybody. So this is gonna probably be my last video. I'm gonna go turn myself in to see what's going on. They talking about I'm a fugitive. So they just raided all my houses. 600 was actually with the police when they raided my house. He's actually got video and footage of it. So y'all know what y'all dealing with. And I just want to say this to y'all. When they raided my houses and my property, it was asking about whack. Whack, loose cannon, 600, and this internet stuff. All of y'all filed. All y'all who be sending shit around the internet, all y'all who be promoting and listening to what these niggas saying, all y'all giving these likes and hidden likes, all y'all supporting this. All y'all guilty of this fuck shit. If you have something against a black man, you should handle it with a black man in the streets. Wack said 100 times he was gonna take my contracts. He working with the FBI. The FBI went to the city.
That's what I was saying. Like, where is he driving from? Because he been saying he turning himself in for about 35 minutes, period.
3 days in a row and told the city they didn't want nobody to give me no more money. They went to all the different celebrities and told all the different celebrities, don't give me no money, don't help me, don't do nothing for me. They going around scaring and intimidating everybody. But y'all sitting it around getting people in trouble. Like y'all don't understand what the FBI do to black men who try to help their community. I ain't been nothing but a help to our community. But I guess it is what it is. This is the price of being black and trying to help somebody, trying to help your community and do what you can. You're just guilty because somebody else don't like you and then go on the internet and do what the fuck they want to and y'all gonna promote it.
Not that you were violating the law. You know what I'm saying? What about that part?
It's crazy. But I'm going to go turn myself in though. Because I ain't did nothing. This fact is, man, they done went to my house, kicked my houses in, bust my doors down, bust my windows. They calling my son at his football practice, threatening him. You know what I mean? These dudes tagging him. What kind of shit is this? But y'all gonna be rolling with these dudes. And I got this last thing to say. Wack said he was gonna destroy developing option, right? So who gonna replace developing option? Which one of you fuck niggas in the 60s gonna call yourself coming in? Because whoever try to come in, y'all the ones that's working with Wack. Believe that. So remove me to get me out the way for somebody else to come in who gonna cooperate. That's what the play is. That's what the whole play is. I'm out. I'm gonna send y'all videos to put up, all of them until they lock me up.
A well-known hip-hop executive has turned himself into federal authorities overnight. He's accused of running a dangerous criminal enterprise. His name, Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U. He helped launch the career of Nipsey Hussle. Well, he's now been charged with extortion, human trafficking, fraud, and murder. National correspondent Rico is here with the latest. Rico, he seems to have a lot going on. Good morning.
Definitely a lot going on. Good morning to you, Gail. During this investigation, federal officials say they received or recovered 49 weapons, 5 pounds pounds of methamphetamines, 10,000 fentanyl pills, and large amounts of cash. Prosecutors allege Henley ran an enterprise like a mob boss and defrauded companies, the government, and even celebrities in the process.
I'm going to go turn myself in to see what's going on. They talking about I'm a fugitive.
Music executive Eugene Henley, or Big U, taking to Instagram moments before turning himself in and just hours after federal authorities declared him a fugitive Wednesday.
They just raided all my houses.
Mr. Henley operated Big U Enterprises, a mafia-like organization.
Investigators claim Henley painted himself as a hip-hop legend and a
That's what I'm saying. He ain't no damn mogul.
Angeles community activist, but is actually, according to authorities, the leader of a South LA gang who ran an alleged criminal enterprise.
If I was to describe Big U's role in rap, he would definitely be the godfather.
The facts alleged in the complaint is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat, and the criminals that enabled him.
More than a dozen others that prosecutors say are tied to the criminal case are also in custody. According to the affidavit, Henley is charged with violating the Racketeering, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act. Prosecutors allege his organization, Big U Enterprises, was linked with the murder of an aspiring rapper working under Henley's label in 2021. They claim Henley shot and killed the rapper in Las Vegas after the rapper recorded a diss track about Henley. Officials say Henley then dumped his body in a ditch. Officials also claim Henley used his nonprofit organization, Developing Options, which purported to help at-risk youth, to dupe taxpayers, the County of Los Angeles, and NBA players. He allegedly embezzled hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of donations and grants by transferring money into his personal bank account.
Y'all don't understand what the FBI do to black men who try to help their community.
Henley served 13 years in prison after trying to rob an undercover sheriff's deputy of cocaine back in 1991. He has not yet entered a plea deal to the current charges, but could potentially face life in prison if convicted. We did reach out to his attorney and still are waiting for a response. Also in that video, though, guys, he said a lot of the stuff you hear is straight trash. So he will get a chance to defend what he is calling allegations that do not match him. A lot of people think that he did a lot of good in the community, but clearly there's a lot to uncover and we'll find out more.
And multiple things can be true at the same time.
Again, with breaking news, this just in, the FBI says that South LA crime boss Eugene Big U Henley is now in custody. Authorities say he ran a mafia-like organization while masquerading as a music mogul and gang peacemaker.
Yes, not the Crip that stole Christmas. I'm dead.
Matter of fact, I am hearing that Big U and the other person they were looking for, Brian Mejia, both turned themselves in. This is developing as we speak, and as we speak, people are coming up and saying, on the one hand, that he did a lot for the community, and then there are those like this woman who say things are not what they seem. Listen to her.
No, I'm not surprised because I've been fighting this fight for a long time.
Rapper Alicia Choi speaks about federal authorities accusing LA rap music executive and community activist Eugene Big U Henley of leveraging his connections with the Rolling 60s Crips to run a criminal enterprise, even funneling funds from his community nonprofits into his criminal operations.
You cannot do evil when the cameras are off and smile and help kids when the cameras are on.
Choice, who you may have seen in rap videos like this one, says she was a budding artist when she first met him.
I was just a young kid wanting to rap and wanting to live out my dream and working hard. And, you know, he really took advantage of me. I wanted to help bring donations into his nonprofit Developing Options. And with that being said, he just wanted to take over. He wanted to bully me. He wanted to control me. And when I wouldn't allow that, that's when he started jumping on me and beating me, extorting me, threatening people not to work with me. And I was scared for a long time to speak up. I was actually terrified.
And I want to emphasize, these are very serious accusations she is making. And, you know, she says it is her fear, which makes it very difficult to follow up on these things. But she says her fear kept her from going to.
Why did she?
Police.
Why is she just? Does it seem like this news lady is like doubting what the girl had just said? She claims that is what happened. You don't even know this man, ma'am.
She did not file police reports, but that she did try getting a
I don't know. She didn't say that necessarily, but he was supposed to be pushing her music career. That's what she
Restraining
said.
order at one point. Now, what the feds, and we'll go to his photo again because it's hard to see him as a person that the feds are saying what he did when we are used to seeing him in such a different light. What they're charging him with has nothing to do with what she is accusing him of.
Again, why is she having such an issue with what the woman stated?
The charges do not include anything of what she's saying, but they do say that part of the investigation involves the murder of another young rapper back in Las Vegas.
No, the police just said in a press conference, if you have information, bring it forward. Maybe that woman didn't bring her information forward, or maybe the FBI is working on it. You know, they can amend charges. Come on now.
Back in 2021, I talked to police in Vegas, and they told me over the phone that the murder was over. Are you ready for this? A diss. That he had written something in a song supposedly talking bad about Big U, and that is why he ended up getting murdered. That's what the police were telling me. So it's just still developing. There's going to be a lot more to this whole thing, but we can tell you he has turned himself in, and I'm sure a lot of people are waiting to hear what he has to say about this, including us.
Updating breaking news just coming into our newsroom. 2 fugitives wanted by the FBI, including a longtime accused LA gang leader, now in custody tonight.
We've been following this story throughout the day. Federal officers arrested more than a dozen members tied to the gang known as the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips, though its leader was on the run. But within the last 20 minutes, the FBI announcing that man, Eugene Henley Jr., a.k.a. Big U, is now in custody. We have just learned new details that Henley turned himself in. Earlier, Air 7 was overhead as some of the alleged gang members were being processed at the FBI's L.A. field office. 19 were indicted. The FBI says Henley headed up the local Crips gang for decades. Investigators say that he painted
Right, they definitely did. They definitely did.
himself as an entertainment executive who's been giving back to the community with various charities, but they say Henley is a violent criminal. A woman who knew him says that he has had a positive impact on the community.
He was incredible, whether it was a 7.
That he's still turning himself in to this day. Now, another thing I found crazy is they got this lady up here who's caping for him too. It's just really wild. Let's listen.
Year-old child or a 50-year-old former gang member coming out of incarceration. His ability to communicate and relate was excellent. If these charges are true, because they're still allegations, they are not a done deal. They're allegations. If they're true, then Eugene Henley was somebody who presented 2 faces to this world.
Charges in this gang
And that's not unheard of, ma'am.
range from racketeering to murder. A second fugitive the FBI was looking for was also apprehended. The FBI says Henley is from the Hyde Park area of South LA. If convicted, he would face a max sentence of life in federal prison. We are told that he should be in court tomorrow.
So clearly I want to look more into it. Y'all know, right? Because that shit is crazy. And a lot of things just sparked my interest. I want to see if, oh, okay, I found it. So this also sparked my interest too. And I'm not saying that it's connected or whatever, but it involves a woman being taken to a hotel and being drugged and sexually assaulted by a group of men, 1 man arrested. I don't know why this kind of just stuck in my head. When I found out about it, it was like the day before the shit with Big U came out. I'm not saying again that it's connected, but it's really short. It's only 1 minute and 55 seconds. And then I'll weigh in on the show.
Tonight, after San Antonio police swarmed
and drop the link. So if anybody wants to come up.
A Northeast Side hotel and made an arrest in an aggravated sexual assault case. The details are hard to hear. A woman says she was taken to the Q-Bed Living Hotel on Ritterman Road, was drugged, and repeatedly sexually assaulted.
Hold on, it's messing up, y'all. Hold on really quick. I want to run that back because the details are interesting. Like, what the fuck?
Tonight, after San Antonio police swarmed a Northeast Side hotel and made an arrest in an aggravated sexual assault case. The details are hard to hear. A woman says she was taken to the Q-Bed Living Hotel on Ritterman Road, was drugged, and repeatedly sexually assaulted by a group of men. She said the attack started as a threat related to a debt. KENS 5's Sue Kalberg was there as police made an arrest.
San Antonio police responded in force Tuesday evening with officers in protective gear and long guns and shields. It was a dramatic sight that drew hotel guests onto balconies as police moved from room to room looking for a man accused of aggravated sexual assault. The affidavit for arrest accuses 23-year-old Anthony Lucky of taking the 28-year-old victim from her home by force to settle a debt with the woman's boyfriend. The dispute, she said, involved the sale of an electronic item. The victim tells police Lucky took her to the Q-Bed Living Hotel, saying she had to have sex with him to settle the score. The woman described the assault by Lucky, but she said other men then entered the room and the assaults continued while she was injected with methamphetamine in her leg and arm, causing an overdose. She says she was finally able to escape after several men left the room and Lucky fell asleep. The affidavit goes on to claim that when he was questioned, Lucky admitted to having sex with the woman, telling detectives it was voluntary, and that he did witness the woman being drugged by others. The affidavit makes no mention of the fate of the other men accused. Bond in this case has been set at $200,000, and the judge included special provisions like full house arrest with a GPS monitor, random drug and alcohol screening, and a prohibition against guns. In Northeast San Antonio, Sue Kalberg, KENS 5.
So that situation is wild too. Again, not saying that the two are connected, but like, wow, bro, that shit is crazy as hell that woman had to endure that. But also, let's get back to the Big U situation. Not child trafficking, human trafficking was in the paperwork. That's mainly what I'm interested in. Of course, there is stuff about the IRS and other things. I'm going to cover it all if I do it. But I was going back and forth with a few people behind the scenes on this case or whatever. And the DNA was an issue just firsthand. So I'm getting some of this information, but I do want to take some time and look into it. Y'all let me know if y'all think that looking into that case is, something that you would want to watch. And then also the Dirk situation too is not off the table, because both are, I kind of, during the whole situation with Thugger, I like the whole thing was going on with Sonetta or whatever, but I'm interested in these because I know that sometimes people don't want to always hear about children being abused and stuff like that. I'm gonna still cover it when I can and stuff like that, but something like this interests me, the Big U and the whole thing with Loose Cannon. A lot of people in some of the videos that I watched are saying that they think that Loose Cannon is gonna snitch. He's been riding with Whack 100 pretty tough lately, so it's going to be interesting, I think. You know what I'm saying? So I'm interested in that. The situation with the lady, though, that is crazy as hell that these type of things happen. And it was a debt for her husband. Like, that's her boyfriend. That's crazy. If there's more information on that, I may upload some stuff on that or whatever. But I don't know. The Big U thing is just wild. I just been paying attention since I found out about it earlier this morning, just trying to soak in as much as I can. But I know that Loose Cannon and allegedly other people obviously have been running around on these platforms, right? Like 22, Adam 22 and shit like that, going on these platforms and speaking about the things that they've done in the streets and things like that on cases that they haven't even served time for. I guess if you want to like speak about things that you served time for, okay, cool. But what is going on? Like, it's just really crazy. I'm just like soaking up some of this stuff or whatever. But I'm interested in looking at it. Also, we'll see what happens with the other cases. If anybody wants to come up and speak, they can. If anybody wants to weigh in, I know it's late, but this time kind of works better for me. I'm going to try to get them a little bit, earlier, the live streams and stuff. But I do have another case, two cases. One I found because of the other. If you guys remember in Detroit, that casino, the mother and her mom, okay, a mother that had, I think, 3 children, her mom and 2 of her siblings, so her mom had 2 children there as well, were sleeping in a parking garage in Detroit at a casino. And apparently her son had died, like he wasn't responsive, and then also there was a toddler that was unresponsive. So the mom, long story short, has been gifted a house and all this and that. I saw a video, which is in the video that I made really quick before we hear from MK, where they said that in the autopsy or at some point in time in the investigation, they discovered that the little boy had lice all over his body, and that the 2-year-old, I believe she was 2 or 3-year-old that passed away's teeth were rotted out of her mouth. Now, Detroit, they talking about not pressing charges against her, but of course the case has been forwarded to the prosecutors. But I wanted to weigh in on how I felt on that, because I saw some people online, they were heavy on attacking the father, and we'll get there. I have some words for that, but they just kind of like overlooked so many other things as far as the case. And then I thought I found an update in that case. So then I clicked on this video, which I thought was an update to the case I just displayed. And then there's this woman that in a separate case, she was walking around in Detroit, I think it was Pontiac, with her 3 children, a 10-year-old, and I don't remember the age. I know one was 3 and one was like 9 or something like that. And she was going through something because her baby's father was killed. He was unalived, and his trial was coming up. So I believe that caused her to have mental illness. They talk about that in the case and stuff as well. And she, even though she had a house, she told her kids, come on, let's go. And they went outside. They were seen by various people or whatever. Long story short, she decided to have her kids lay down in this field where the projects were, where her baby daddy had lost his life at. They all went to sleep. Only the little girl woke up, the 10-year-old girl. Now the case gets bigger, because yes, this case was from 2023, but now there's charges on the deputies and the police department on how they handled the case, because the mother was rightfully in fear for her life, says her mother and family. So now they have to raise the 10-year-old little girl and things like that. But also the family was failed. They should have definitely responded to that case in that situation. And there is a short body cam of one of the deputies in the case, and he said some of the most disrespectful shit concerning the mother and the children. So that's why I wanted to go through. I was just like, wow, because again, I thought I was researching one case and landed in another, right? So it's crazy, but I want to keep my eyes on both cases. But I do want to come live. I might come live tomorrow night and talk about that, if not the next day. What's good, MK? What's good? Weigh in with me, bro. You there? Oh, snap. He ain't even there no more. MK. Unseen. I know he there. His audio probably messing up. The dad was kind of trash. Like, I remember he was talking about that he gonna have to come back up, that he found out about his kids when he was at the gym on the treadmill. And it's like, okay, but they going through this. But my thing with the mom, I'm just gonna tell you now, as far as the casino thing, my thing with her is she could have gotten help. They claim that there is help out there, but I did look around and found, it's not in the video, but there was people claiming that immigrants are getting the shelter beds and the housing and stuff, like as everywhere else, right? Over, citizens of America. What's good, MK? You here?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. This might mess up, but it might not. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you good.
Hey, so how you doing? What's going on?
I'm good. I'm good. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. Um, with this big U situation, like I don't like to speak on open cases or whatever. Um, I've done spoke on things on the internet, but it's all been past things that have been sorted out and all that. But I kind of try to stay away from open cases. So with this though, couple things that interest me and it makes me look at things like he's gonna have to get a hell of a lawyer. Um, one, the whole extortion thing with the when they talk about the dispensary. Um, so what it was he was extorting, and see another thing, and it's talking about things that are current and what you're doing right now on the internet is not necessarily a good thing. Loose Cannon confirmed what on No Jumper what the feds had already knew. So Big U allegedly, just say allegedly, was extorting this dispensary that opened up over there in their neighborhood, and he wanted like 25,000 a month. And the guy, you know, it was a strain on him, and he didn't want to pay it. So what allegedly Big U would do was send Loose Cannon and other goons in there to rob the place, take all the product out of there, and then call the dude on FaceTime, call Big U on FaceTime and let him talk to the dude or whatever. And then the dude go over to Big U house and Big U give him the stuff back, but he tax him. So as this is going on, and the guy is telling him he can't pay, that amount because the store ain't booming like that. So Big U is working with him. He gets tired of it and goes to the feds. So now the feds is giving this guy money to pay the extortion bill to Big U. So that's going to be hard for him to get around because as you know, they marked their money and they paid attention, and they done brought the IRS in, and they specialize in tracking money. So they're gonna track the money that they gave him, and they know it's their money because pretty sure they know the serial numbers on it. So this kind of coincides with the human trafficking. Now, me personally, I don't know why they call it human trafficking. Now, if you doing something, some little kids, underage kids, or whatever, and or if you forcing somebody to do something against their will, okay, I get that. But to be honest, on that part, these was hoes. What was going on was this woman that was sending him girls out of town, allegedly doing all this. He know her. She's kind of famous. I forgot her name. Something kitchen, whatever. It's a female. I'll send you the links to her stuff later. But on the side, as far as her whole thing of running like these food trucks and all this stuff, she run hoes.
Yeah, because
So
there were women that were in the indictment too.
yeah.
And they
So
were
what was going?
strictly under the prostitution shit.
Yeah. So what was going on was he was out. He go to Vegas, and she would send hoes to his events, like to entertain his guests. And something had happened where the hoes wasn't getting paid what they supposed to be getting paid, so they went back complaining to her like, "Nah, we ain't going out there no more. He ain't trying to pay." So she gets in arguments with this guy on the phone, allegedly, with Big U over paying her hoes. Now, mind you,
But
the feds is already
were
on it.
all the girls that were they working because they wanted to, or
Yeah.
was the girl like forcing them into it?
No, they wanted to. They was hoes. They was bona fide hoes. They wasn't. It wasn't no force. They was mad because they was getting cheated out their money from allegedly Big U and them. So they was coming back to her complaining like, "Hey, we ain't going out there no more. He ain't giving us the money he's supposed to give us." So she gets in an argument on the phone with Big U over not paying the girls. Now, unfortunately for Big U, the fans is already on him. So they're listening to his phone calls. So when they hear the feds learn about her and they hear the argument going on with she getting on Big U about, not paying the girls, they automatically jump on her. So when they jump on her, they swoop her up. And they say, yeah, they let her listen to the recordings and everything. It's like, we already know what's going on. Is that whatever? So what you're going to do is you're going to come in tomorrow. We're going to set up a tracer on your phone. And you don't tell Big U you talk to us and all that. They let her go. And she's supposed to come in the next day. She immediately calls Big U, tells him what's happening. They get the phone call. They're already listening. So as soon as she called Big U, they listening. She tell Big U everything. Big U want to meet her. So they set up a meeting and all that. So that's why she's in the indictment.
I mean,
If
but
she would have,
regardless, they was trafficking them through state lines.
yeah, but they would have let her go. They wanted to make a deal with her and let her go just for her to,
For more information.
yeah. But since she went to Big U and stopped cooperating with them, yep. So now they got
I
her.
still want to look into it because that whole thing is crazy.
Well,
then what the lady was talking about too, where she was doing music, she just wanted to do music, and then he
right.
just started extorting her or whatever
So
that whole situation is.
when you look at California and how they set up their politics, right? And it's still some, even with Big U, people don't know, or well, people do know. Big U spent some time in Chicago in the 80s. I even know who he was around, and he used to frequent the Urban League up there, and I know where he was at and who he used to be around. Um, this nigga had a curl.
Not
This
a
is
curl.
before,
Before
yeah,
he when he had hair.
this is before GDs and BDs split. So it was
Okay.
BGDN back when he was there. And but that's a whole story. My thing is, uh he was and I'm not saying this is for sure. Not don't so I'm thinking he learned about setting things up as far as charities and all that and being, you know, making things look good for other purposes through the Urban League because that what was going on where he was at when he was in Chicago for the time he was in Chicago.
Because
And
the
then he
parts that concerned the children where he was getting over like far as the money laundering or whatever, right? That is also something that's interesting to me. Like I believe that he probably wasn't doing all bad, but the bad, the good he
but
was
here
doing
but
was
this
being canceled out by some of the other shit.
right. So here it is like in Chicago when you come there, like say for instance, if you come to an area where it's a specific organization and you're not of that, you're of another organization or whatever. See, and this is where, and again, to me, it's just coincidental, which I don't necessarily believe in coincidence, but oh well. The check-in thing, and we're gonna get into the check-in thing in a second. But in Chicago, um, if say for instance, I don't know, you're a Smurf and it's all GI Joe members in one area, and they see you in that area, you got to go to them and get permission to be on that end. If you're living there, so it's just a different word, a different way to say check in. Now I remember when I started hearing the word check-in coming from the West Coast, and that's not really that long ago. But in Chicago, it was always mandatory that if you wasn't a part of that organization and you was on that end, see, we didn't call it a set, we call it an end. If you was on that end,
low
then
end,
you
yeah.
had to check in, so to speak, and you would be considered, if they accepted you, you would be considered a guest on that end. So it just tripped out to me that when I started hearing them doing this whole check-in thing on the West Coast, and I know Big U, along with others, used to be in Chicago. Remember, the Stones, they're out there where they run under the blood umbrella out in California. But the Stones, the P Stones, come from Chicago. It is a Chicago gang that went out to the West. So I'm saying all this because now let's get into the check-in, and this is interesting, and this plays into the story of the whole Big U thing. So when they started doing this check-in, making these rappers and all that check-in, see, Big U, he was never allegedly, all this is alleged. He was never like a hustler, so to speak, with product. He was more so one of those ones who would stick up kid, basically. He was one of the ones who would take. He'll sit around, watch you do everything all day. And at the end of the day, when your pockets are fat, then now he come and get you that way. So it wasn't surprising to me that when he got out the last time, that's what he was known for doing over there on the West Coast. So remember, I typed in your chat, you'll be surprised about the true history of them and Shaq. Now, this is alleged, but it's not alleged, but it's alleged. So a lot of those NBA players, and they do it in Chicago too. They do it everywhere, really. But out in California, this is those Crips had something to do with Shaq leaving LA. Everybody thought it was because basketball and him not getting along. No, it was a lot of stuff going on. And all this is documented. This has done come out. You've had white people on the internet talking about the situation or whatever. So Shaq's wife was not faithful to Shaq. Shaq's wife got caught on film with one of those guys from said organizations doing something shocking. So one of them got a hold of the tape and they was extorting Shaq. And they was telling Shaq, listen, if you don't give me this amount of money every month, I'm making millions of copies of this, and they're going everywhere.
What the fuck?
Now,
Not revenge porn.
Yeah. And yeah, I won't say what they was doing, what she was doing on there, but I'll tell you behind the scenes. She a freak. But anyway, so Shaq was already getting protection from them. So Shaq went to the one who was protecting him. We ain't gonna say his name.
Shaq. That Shaq, Mimi.
Shaquille O'Neal. We ain't gonna say his name, but yeah, okay. He went to him and said, hey, so-and-so is extorting me. He got a tape of my wife, this, that, whatever. So this caused a rift with those 60s over it because a lot of them, Big U and them faction was like, this dude is paying us. So it caused a war because no, he's paying us. You can't do that to him. And then the dude who had the tape was like, I can do what I want to do. And it started some stuff. So my point in pointing this out is Shaq is not the only one. During the 90s, during the early 2000s, there's a long list of celebrities that they was extorting. They had got on that extorting thing.
Has anybody else's name been thrown out there besides Shaq that you heard so far?
Yeah. It's a lot of them. So they kidnapped Meek Mills, made Rick Ross pay 50 G's to get him back.
What?
Yeah, Meek Mills, they grabbed him up. Luce can't even talk about it. Now, mind you,
he was loose in the mouth. Okay, he just la 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 la. He was just up there talking.
They kidnapped
From what
him.
I seen, the little clips that I seen from the videos and shit, he was running his mouth.
It was a lot of them rappers. Even Jay-Z done fell victim, done got tied up, and Suge had to get him back. They done tied him up and everything. So
there's
they
more
had got
clips that Shaq was lined up with.
Say that again.
Mr. Lucien said that wasn't the only Crip gang that Shaq was dealing with. Damn.
No, because it was different. See,
loose lips facts.
this goes into different little factions of them Crips.
See,
and
I don't
Shaq
know
is
that
not
much
the
about
only one.
I don't know that much about Crips, but I know about GDs, Vice Lords, foes, you know what I'm saying? Like
right,
all of that, you know what I'm saying? But I know about Bloods, but I just really don't pay attention to the Crips like that.
Right, and Shaq wasn't the only one who they got like
Loose
that,
Woody
with
Meek
getting
Mills.
this woman on tape. So they've been doing stuff like that for a minute, extorting people.
So was that like the lineup of how they initiated it? Like they send somebody to holler at somebody girl and then they extort them that way, or it was different ways?
Well, it's really different ways. They either put a female on you, or either they're, see with them, they have now. I give it to them California niggas. They got it down to a science. They'll have people at the airport. Wait, they know how to track private jets. They got people watching everything. As soon as you touch down
it goes
in LA,
back to the check-in thing.
Yeah,
because now they know where you are. They know what hotel you're
Exactly.
going to. They know what your plans are. So if they want to run down on you or send somebody else.
Exactly. So
Ooh,
they know you
child.
there. So what they'll do is you'll try to abide by the rules and check in, and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, where you at?" You tell them where you at. They'll send some goons to get on you. When the goons get on you, you call them for help. Oh, I'm gonna straighten it out. Oh, I got you. Then the goons come back with what they took from you, and then you get the call from them. Oh yeah, I found out who it was. I got your stuff back. Hey man, hey look, they say they want about 10 racks. I got it back, but we got to get them something, and that's how the hustle go. That's what Big U allegedly was accused of doing. So they, what they got on tape of him on the audio, and see, it kills me because when you look at it and you look at Chicago and you look at all the ones who fell in the 90s and the early 2000s, all the leaders and all that, the phone got them talking on the phone. And here it is, 2025, and you still got the same thing going. Now, I'm not advocating, crime or nothing, but you would think motherfuckers would learn about talking on the phone. Even though you got those guys on the internet talking, running their mouth, then you make it that much easier for them to say, "Oh, for real? Let's tap his phone." And they tap your phone, and there you are talking about it.
But do you also think that WAC 100 has something to do with Big U and all this and that?
Oh man, I don't even want to.
I don't want to put you in a hard situation, but you might run down like what? No, just play it, but
no, yeah. Listen, hey, some motherfuckers is just I don't know who that is. Who is it? I don't know.
I've been
Them
playing J
motherfuckers,
Diggs a
man,
lot.
and
J
it's
Diggs be
some
going in on WAC.
janky shit. That's what I'll tell you. It's some janky shit. For real. Listen, it's certain situations that I can prove motherfuckers is lying. and they do it right in front of everybody's face. And I'll just say this. It's weird to me, very fucking weird indeed, that Wack pretended like he didn't know Sarnetta when I was there and I saw the interactions between Wack and Sarnetta and Polite and them years ago. So when he fast forward to like, what was it, 23, 24, something like that, when Wack comes around Sarnetta again, when Tazariak bring him around, they pretend like they don't know each other. No, that's not true. Y'all do know each other. Because I was in the chat and I watched y'all interact when Polite came over there talking crazy. So why are y'all pretending like y'all don't even know each
Wow.
other now? Like, you know.
That's interesting. And I may have like missed Wack being introduced back then because like I ain't really like know of these dudes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm not going.
But I'm not aware with that. But I do remember when Wack 100 called out Brother Polite.
Yeah, it was around that time. It was doing all that
That he
time.
was reintroduced, or that he was.
No, that's when he was introduced at first.
Okay.
It was years ago.
Right.
Him and Sarnetta, Polite and Sarnetta, and it was Wack and somebody else. I'm not gonna bring that guy up because, you know, as far as I know, he's a stand-up dude. But I was in the chat. I watched it. I watched what went on, and then
Nah, it's
it
dumb though.
spilled
He will
over.
forget.
It
Dude,
spilled
Wack
over to
100 may have
Sarnetta's.
remembered, but Sa may have forgot though. You know, he got amnesia.
Right, but it spilled over from there. It spilled over to Sarnetta shit. So how could you?
Wow.
It just seemed odd to me. Now, a couple years down the line, y'all pretending like y'all never met. Y'all don't know each other's name. It was just weird. I was like, really? Y'all gonna act? Oh, okay. I see what this is.
That's
It's just me.
interesting though. That's interesting.
Yeah. So it's a lot of weird. Hey, listen. I don't know. I just mind my business. I just use allegedly, but with that shit over there.
Did you see when Luce Cannon was on Hassan Campbell's and like Hassan was going in on kilograms or whatever? And but Luce Cannon was up there and he was talking all this shit about Big U. But from what I remember, I got the video somewhere too. From what I remember, he was also talking about criminal shit that him and Big U did. And I was thinking to myself, like, don't these niggas know that the feds is watching? Like, don't get it twisted. Like, they may not watch some shit or care about some shit. But when they find out that it's a problem, they gonna look. But they watching that shit.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't understand why they was on like shows, podcasts, like talking about crimes that they ain't served no time for.
Here's the thing that really, you know, it kind of touch home with me is the shit that Bricc baby had done said and all that shit when he was talking about dirt. You know, I know, well, I used to sell newspapers as a young man for Dirk's father. You understand? So that really fucks with me when I see that dirt shit. But
that's why I didn't cover
talking about open
shit,
cases.
It's gonna bother other people.
I mean, no, you know, you do what you do. You know, you reporter, you do what you do. But I just looked at it as I'm looking at this dude, Bricc, like, and Luce Cannon, and Wack, and a lot of these motherfuckers. Like, I can see if you're talking about something that's from the past or whatever. But when you get to talking about open cases and all this stuff, and when I heard Wack walk down the situation with Dirk on Vlad and basically make the case for the police for them. Now I'm not giving Dirk and them no pass or whatever, because you know, if allegedly they did what they did and they did it in a way where they got caught, oh well. But this dude claimed he from the street. You over there with Vlad, walking, you making the prosecution's case for them. It just made no sense. Yeah, remember Bricc baby said this, and Bricc said, I guess OTF slid for bond and all this, and Vlad sitting there listening, and I'm looking like, what's wrong with this nigga? Like, you know, but hey,
yeah, because they've been saying for a while that, you know, niggas go on Vlad and then the other niggas end up getting locked up.
The best person,
but who is really to blame though for that? And I'm not taking up for Vlad. I ain't got no dog in the fight, right? I do watch Vlad sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. But sometimes these niggas like literally just want to tell all their business.
If you go and look, I forgot because he's been on there 2 times. I forgot was the first time or the second time. But the best person I ever seen handle Vlad when Vlad started asking them police questions was Twister. Twister, that's a thorough Chicago nigga. Because Vlad started asking them questions about what he did in the street and you did this, you did that. Twister was looking at him like, what? For real? No, I don't know nothing about that, Vlad. And then he said, he looked at Vlad straight in the face, was like, Vlad, and if I did do it, I'd never tell you.
For real.
He handled it like it's supposed to be handled because there is no coincidence. Look at all the people who done got in trouble with Vlad, just saying shit on Vlad. Now, one thing that
and now you got Adam 22 and this person and that person.
Now, like I said, I don't give you right. I don't give passes to the motherfuckers who get up there and say this shit neither. Let me show you. See now, you have to watch these motherfuckers. Vlad, let's go into FBG Duck, and this is one thing I try to point out to all these motherfuckers. Vlad used to always, oh, I got love for Duck. I love Duck. This, that, whatever. Duck this, Duck that. Duck went on Vlad TV. Hide in a motherfucker. Peeled out, leaned out, everything. Vlad let the camera sit on this dude, nodding out, falling back, eyes rolling around his head, and Vlad posted that. And it was like, I don't know, he put like a
I'm glad I didn't see that, because I fuck with Duck.
15-minute clip of that and let it just sit there. But then got the nerve to say you had love for Duck and all that. You just exploiting them motherfuckers. Them, this nigga don't got no love for nobody. I mean, it's just I don't understand these motherfuckers. And you know, people like him and Adam 22. If you got a dumb nigga that's gonna get up there and do some dumb shit and say some dumb shit, then they not gonna stop it. They gonna let everybody see it. Just like Luce Cannon when he was like, since you wanna, he talking to Bricc baby. Since you wanna bring up some dirt, you wanna bring up some dirt. Oh, I'm gonna speak on some dirt. How about Cuz is extorting Cuz? Basically, he put it out there that Big U is extorting Bricc baby. Now, Bricc baby makes it even worse when he was like, no, don't say that. Well, he said he blackmailing him. He said, no, don't say it. Don't use blackmail. Don't use blackmail. You know, if we in some shit, we in some shit. Me, you, and him is in some shit. We in some shit together. So basically, now you done confirmed the rumor that the feds done visited all y'all before this arrest, which happened. The feds had went to holler at all
writing
of
a rap song and admitting to doing fucked up shit in it that they can trace back. Like, it's just stupid.
Right, you don't have
you're volunteering information.
The ability to, even if you're gonna do some shit like that, to make it metaphorically tough for somebody to figure out what the fuck you talking about. You just saying fuck it. And then Luce Cannon, he didn't switch nothing up, change no names, hide no names. He telling exactly what he did. He remind me of that dude from Philly, AR Ab.
Oh.
Luce Cannon is AR Ab. AR Ab said exactly what he did, exactly what he was doing, showing everybody what he's doing, everything.
They just, I don't know. Is like clout that important to just indict yourself? Because in some aspects, they made this case for the FBI.
Yeah,
Like
well,
they
they
made
made it
this case for
very
them.
easy. Yeah, very easy. Very easy. And an old girl,
I want to
she
read that paperwork all the way. That's what I want
she
to
should
read.
have been like, if she was gonna warn Big U, she should have sent somebody to do it. They let you listen to you and Big U arguing about him not paying your girls. What makes you think as soon as you get out their face to get on the phone and call Big U and tell them what just happened? What was you thinking? Why you ain't just say,
I don't think they
find
was
one of your
thinking at
girlfriends
all.
and say, go tell this nigga, da 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 da. Nope, you jump right on the phone. And they get that phone call too. Crazy. Then with the whole
They got wiretaps and
everything. So they got allegedly they got him dead to rights. So with the Rico, I forgot how
See,
many
and let me
predicates you
say
need.
this, and because there's females involved, right, that were indicted on these charges,
Right.
if they got kids, they might decide to turn state's evidence
You know that's gonna happen.
to get a lower charge. Because I'm hearing a lot of people saying that Loose Cannon, Loose Lips is gonna be the one to snitch, but it could be one of the girls. I've seen at least 2 girls.
Yeah. So you that to me, I already if I was in that situation, I would already be thinking, okay, that's gonna happen. I'll just be writing it off, especially if the woman got kids. I'm gonna have to
And
write
you
that
see,
off
they
as
talking about from 2011 on up
right,
or whatever. So, because he talking
right.
about he don't deal with certain niggas or whatever. Well, you did back then, nigga. It's crazy.
When so like watch
Allegedly,
this case,
everything allegedly.
when these people get to talking, that's when y'all gonna hear about a lot of these celebrities that got extorted. A lot of these rappers and all that got extorted, and you gonna see the total scope of it. You're gonna see it in totality because they've been getting a lot of licks. They got it set to a sign. Like I said, I give them credit. They got that shit set up. If you fly into LA, they gonna know you there.
The
That's
check-in
why they was
always seemed weird to me though. Like it just seemed like a setup. You know what I mean? Like whenever I heard them talking about you got to check in, da 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 da.
right.
It just seems like some is probably finna come out of that that's not good.
They even got people at hotels all around the airport, everywhere you think you might go. They got them there. They got them
So you just
everywhere.
gotta check in regardless. And let's
No,
say
I
you
mean no.
go, let's say you
That,
go and you don't check in and then they at the hotel and they peep you, is they gonna put you through it even worse or it's the same? I'm just
well,
wondering,
they try
like,
to they try to use that with the and then again another thing, Big U. This is allegedly he shouldn't have opened his mouth and said anything about when they brought up the little Quando Rondo thing with the Vaughn thing and his homeboy getting killed. Big U said, see, he tried to be in LA. He ain't check in. If he checked in, we could have, made sure that didn't happen. So they know you there. And if you didn't check in,
yeah, because they were following Quando Rondo.
yeah, and they guess who they said was giving them the locations? One of the motherfuckers who was indicted. Which motherfucker? Well, that motherfucker would have been allegedly on Adam 22 show. Bricc baby.
Man.
So allegedly,
This case about to be crazy. Allegedly, I'm just saying.
yeah,
I'm just
they got
saying.
their fingers in a lot of shit, and people like you, Big U, he's more so now. Well, it didn't surprise me, but I know it's not gonna get. They're not gonna tie him to it, but it's already tied to him through the Rico with the drugs they found. As
Boosie
far as I
involved
know,
in it.
he's not that guy. He don't deal with that. Not to
Boosie
say
involved in it.
say that again.
Boosie, he involved in it.
I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think he even agreed with that check-in shit itself. But don't get me to saying something I don't know about.
Child,
I
if
don't know.
he is, it's about to get crazy.
And because he already, and that's another amazing nigga. How in the fuck do he keep getting out of those Fed cases? And he's still out on the Fed case. Boosie.
He got locked up again. See, I need to kick
Remember,
in more with the
he
shit.
beat the Fed. The Feds dropped the case, and then they came back like a little while later and grabbed him again. So
I
he's
might have
out
not known
now on the
about
Fed
that.
case, still jumping
Yeah,
on
I
blast.
don't know about the last time. That's crazy. That's
But
crazy.
they had Bricc baby, let him go, found the AK in his house, let him go, but they took his phone. So people thought that it was the case was over the AK and all that. But Bricc started telling what they was asking him about way before they came and locked him up just now. And he was bringing up Big U and that shit that happened in Nevada. But see,
I'm
I
talking
wouldn't have
about
known.
Luce
Go ahead.
Cannon was telling all Big U's business over there I heard him once on Wax Show and then also on Hassan Campbell's show. I was like, damn. He was
Yeah.
like, yeah, we used to do this and that. And I'm like, is he serious, bro? Like, he just literally gonna put their business out there like that?
Tell you, man, that nigga's AR Ab. He the West Coast version of AR Ab. No way around it. But whatever went sour between him and Big U.
Hold on really quick. Much love, Brittany. Good night or good morning. You're going to sleep. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. Go ahead, bro.
Whatever went sour between him and Big U, he should have known better. Like, you implicating yourself in this. And these actions, and I could see if you got so bold to do it and it was past the statute of limitations. But you just talking about last year, 2 years ago, up into current, you still doing this stuff. What are you thinking? Like,
That's crazy. That's crazy. I guess we gonna see. We definitely gonna see. I got the paperwork somewhere, I believe.
But he's not gonna get around. Big U's not gonna get around what the wiretaps they got him on, the informant who
the
he was
PPP money,
extorting.
clearly. Right. The IRS, they don't play.
Yeah. Now with the whole situation in Nevada, now see that's to me that's kind of, it's like they got a whole bunch of circumstantial evidence. Only way I think they gonna get him if they get those people who was in that studio to tell the truth about who was all in that studio and what really happened in there. Because when they got the DNA, they said they can't exclude him, but
Because
they
of the
can't.
conditions. They said it
Yeah,
was
because of
rainy or something.
they were saying that the sample, the DNA that they took from under the females, the fingernails was such a grade to whereas though they can't exclude them, they can't say 100% it was him. And I looked at something I was reading where they showed the percentage of why they couldn't exclude him. It was something around 60-something%. So that could even go two ways. Either the sample was such a bad grade to whereas they couldn't use it. It was inconclusive because that's what they ruled it, inconclusive. Or just like in that OJ case where everybody didn't forget. White people wanted people to forget. So when they gave the 60-something% and it was like they couldn't exclude them, that could mean that they just probably got the wrong family member, that it could be somebody in his family. And then that might open the door to the relationship between his son and old boy who was best friends and all that.
With the guy
who got killed. The son, Big U son, and the guy that got killed was best friends. They was tight. People was questioning their relationship. But
wow, on some dolphin stuff.
Yeah. It's just like with the OJ shit. People keep saying, I don't mean to stray, but it just kills me that everybody didn't. The prosecution brought in that Chinese dude that was supposed to be the world's top forensic scientist when it came to DNA and everything. And then they held that press conference and he was going to speak and they was just going to prove, he's going to come out with the evidence to prove OJ did it. This Chinese man got up there, and you probably could still find it on YouTube today. He got up there, and the first thing he said was, they got the wrong Simpson. They hurry up and got that Chinese man off that podium and never went back to him again. What did he mean? Yeah, he said they got the wrong Simpson. If he's saying they got the wrong Simpson, and he's the world expert on DNA, what is he telling you?
That
He's
it was
telling
another
you,
Simpson.
Yeah, that blood don't go back to OJ. It goes back to his son. But
if his son was involved in unaliving his mama, he bodine as hell.
No. That was the son from OJ's first wife. The black woman.
Okay.
It wasn't the son.
I got you. I was like, what kind of diabolical ass shit is going on here?
Yeah, it was the grown son who's
like,
a
what
chef.
A baby? Right. Okay.
He was grown at the time. And they had a history of not getting along, a history of police being called because his son and her was fighting.
Wow.
The night that it happened, when the police went the next day and just to check on him and check his workstation, certain knives was missing. But I don't want to get off in the OJ. We talking about something
you
totally
saying
different.
that you think possibly that the that Big U son may have did it.
Yeah, it's a see.
And then Big
we
U
don't
just
know.
dumped him off. Because like I'm wondering, because did you hear about Fats in Chicago that used to do stings with motherfuckers and shit like that, like rob banks and shit.
Right.
And then he'll get on the freeway with you and he'll shoot you and throw you out.
Yeah.
They was giving me that. It was giving me that. And I just seen Big U in that position. Like he is kind of big, like that.
Look, as soon as I saw the shit, now I ain't even heard Wack say anything. Soon as I saw the shit, when I saw the DNA, I automatically started thinking about the OJ shit. So I didn't hear nothing Wack had to say about it, right? So I see an interview that's going on, and Wack is talking. And even Wack says it. Big U didn't do that. But the person who did do it, Big U ain't gonna never turn them in. I didn't even hear, I wasn't even thinking about Wack when I saw the DNA, and I thought that like something don't seem right. It could be that situation. Next thing I know, I hear Wack saying Big U didn't do it. But
so
the person that did do
indicted list?
No. Son ain't nowhere on it. But I heard Wack say he knows who did it. Big U didn't do it, and the person who did do it, Big U will never in a million years turn them in. That's on YouTube now. And I didn't even know Wack had even spoke on this shit. So
Recently, since these charges came out, you mean?
right. I didn't even know Wack had spoke on who did he think did the murder in Vegas. But he spoke on it. He said he knows exactly who did it. And now that's another thing. Why would Wack get on the internet and say he know exactly who did that shit? Like he be doing some shit that make you just look at this shit and be like, God damn, they
And then
can't talk to you.
also, it's kind of weird. Like, okay, if he was like the music exec for this dude, right, that got killed, that was on his label, did he get a life insurance policy? Because you know the music industry people do that.
Yeah.
So that when the artists get killed, you know, or whatever, then they cash in more money.
Right.
Did he do that too? Because that's gonna make him look
So
even worse, Joe.
I'm not sure on that, but that's a good
I got
avenue to look
questions.
into.
I
Right.
got questions. You know, follow the money. That's what you could do. But yeah, I'm interested in it. Like, what the
It's
fuck?
just a whole bunch of weird shit, and it's that whole California stilo of setting shit up to rob people when they come there. And it, you know, it's weird because the only thing I look at it as, right, you know, everybody got their politics in their areas, and unfortunately the street is the street. But y'all out there by Hollywood, you mean tell me y'all just robbing niggas? Y'all ain't robbing them multi-millionaire, billionaire white motherfuckers? Now I've heard a couple cases where they done snatch watches off people sitting out in outside cafes around Hollywood, but all them motherfuckers out there, you don't hear about them white celebrities and all that getting robbed or happen to check in like they do, you know, black celebrities. So it just, to me, it's just weird and it makes it seem like you preying on your own people. That's the
Jay
only
said,
issue I got with that.
right now, I feel that. Jay said, Wax said he got the video of Nipsey and Laura London, and one of the homies on some Diddy shit. Wow, that's crazy. I'm about to research the fuck out this situation for real.
That nigga Wack do be getting his hands allegedly on a lot of shit that make you say, "What the heck?"
Yeah, did
But
Pop Smoke check in? They did him bogus.
I kind of think maybe that was a whole check in. Oh, where he at? He over there. I think that was one of those. The same thing, like checking in to get robbed.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
That's
PM
crazy.
Rock dude, he didn't check in. And that was another thing Big U was saying. See? And that's another one. PM, he didn't check in. Look what happened to him. I don't know, man, but that's how
I
them
just
West
didn't
Coast
take
cats get
that
down.
check-in shit too serious. Like when I heard it, like, okay, you know, but it just sounded like it was some setup shit. I don't know though. That shit's crazy.
Man, listen. Some of this shit they got on them athletes, you would be surprised. And I'm not saying I'm not condoning nobody to do nothing. But I heard that if you look far hard enough, you'll find that Shawnee O'Neal tape. Because some shit had popped off when they started fighting over this shit. And the dude leaked some of it just to show he was for real. So I don't know.
It's gonna be in that case. It's gonna be in that case. Have you read any of the paperwork on it?
Not really. Only thing I seen, I haven't seen the whole thing. I just seen where one person was reading off because I was confused of the female trafficking. So the person was reading off that specific part of the case. They was reading the paperwork, so I saw what that was. I was like, oh, okay. They read everything that happened, what the DA said happened with that. So I said, oh, okay. Because it took me for a loop too. Like, wait a minute, kids. Then because when you hear that human trafficking, for some reason to me it just hits you like, I hope there no kids involved in this.
Yeah.
Y'all messing with underage girls.
Normally they'll be like child trafficking.
Oh, okay.
Or if that, but we gonna see with that because
no, it was
them moving them from state to state and shit like that. It sounds like Arizona, Vegas, and all these other parts in
but
Cali
it
is
wasn't
involved. So
yeah, it wasn't him doing it though. They, like I said, they was willing participants. They was going trying to make some money, so they was going out there themselves. She was just a contact. He'd be like, "Hey, we need some girls up here. You got some girls sitting up here? Yeah, I sent some up there. Bitch, get up and go get that money." And they'd get up there and they'd get mad because either they'd get shorted on the money or they wouldn't get paid. And then they'd call her and complain, "How these niggas up here tripping? They ain't trying to pay." So she'll get on the phone and start chewing him out about making his friends pay them. So she told them, "Hey, look,
that's crazy.
If they ain't trying to give up no money, get the money first," which I don't understand. That's whole rules number one. Get the money first. Like y'all out there in
I
California
do understand
too?
that there is women that like to do this. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
I'm gonna approach this situation and see what happens. You feel me?
Yeah, I got you.
But they do call it trafficking, for a reason, and I don't think that it should be going on. Like, I don't agree with it, but
I look at it as if you're forcing somebody to do something, then that should be trafficking. If you're taking advantage of somebody who don't know no better, that should be trafficking. But if these girls is running around doing this shit on their own, thinking they make some money and they of age, legal age and all that, I mean,
we're gonna have to see. It's hard for me to wrap my head around it. Like, I've seen that women like to do it, but then normally they'll be on some renegade shit, like they won't have a pimp or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which could be dangerous too, but also I don't know. I don't know. I've seen
I get
gorilla
it. I
pimps
mean,
before.
you look at
I've
it
seen
like
how aggressive they are and shit like that. I'm just saying. So we gonna see.
I get it.
But yeah, it's crazy.
But yeah,
I know what you're talking about though. But
Big U just like he's on some he even said it himself, like people was calling him the blue Suge Knight, because Sugar blood.
yeah.
So he wanted to be on some Suge Knight. And then you see that from time to time. Like a nigga get out of jail, he been locked down for a minute, he come back around and he see things is in shambles or whatever, or he feel like he got the opportunity to take control of some shit and try to run it like back in the day before he went to jail. And he don't understand or comprehend. A lot of time done went past. It ain't like it was back in the day. So you trying to set some shit like him, trying to set some shit up like the Sopranos or something. It's a new day.
they called him a mob boss.
Yeah,
They said that's what he was on.
Yeah, well, he picked the wrong motherfuckers to be his capos and all that, because they jumped on the internet and started running their goddamn mouth.
So they say don't have a co-defendant and shit if you're gonna do some stupid ass shit. Is that what 21 people or 19 people or whatever is 18 people that could tell on each other, 19 people that could tell on each other or whatever. I'm just saying.
It's gonna be some more. I believe it's gonna be a few more.
I want to see who some of these celebs names that get involved in it. Whether they're a victim or whatever. Just who else was involved?
They gonna put the pressure on Meek Mill. They gonna put the pressure on Rick Ross. They might talk to Cardi B because Wack had to intervene when Big U was trying to squeeze her when she was out there. So they might talk to her. It's a few of them. Like, that's what them California niggas.
They probably already have though. You know what I mean? And it's probably gonna be an ongoing thing. I'm interested in seeing what happens though with it, for real.
Yeah, they made it their thing to extort motherfuckers to come out there. So this might be one of many Rico cases you might see. So who knows?
Yep, that's facts. But yeah, I've
Yeah,
been looking in on the Dirk one too a little bit as well. That shit's crazy. That shit's
yeah,
crazy as hell.
It's-
It's crazy. I ain't gonna
man,
bring it
Joe.
up. That's
No,
why I
I
ain't talked
mean,
about it. That's why I ain't talked about it, because I already knew where you stood on.
man, Joe, listen. You know when I knew it was all finna go down bad when they did that to Duck downtown. Now
Yeah,
you know yourself on the Gold Coast you gonna deport that? I
that
knew
is
it was a wrap. I was
something.
like,
Yeah,
I said, part. And when it first happened, right? I called back home. I was like, listen, what the fuck? Cause you know, first thing in your head, my head was nah,
that
fuck
was
them.
brazen.
That's
That
what I'm
was
saying.
totally
Like
brazen.
the Gold Coast, you don't do no, nigga, no. Dude, when you do some shit like that, where that was at, where all them shops, where all them movie stars and millionaires go, no, you know there is no structure, no order, because folks in them been like, you out your mind if you think you finna go do some shit like that.
And
The
they
heat
did
you
it.
about to bring. And that shit happened, I knew I knew folks in them did that shit, I was like, it's a wrap.
And now they
I
talking
thought,
about that they can get Vaughn on the KI murder now that he dead.
well, but that Chicago, that was people already knew.
Yeah, but I'm saying like now, like, well, if he was alive, we would be able to, because we secured the evidence. Like, boy, you late as hell. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I be wondering
Yeah,
what the fuck going on in Chicago sometimes, y'all. Like, far as
man. It's
it
like,
seems like it be on purpose sometimes. I'm just saying.
yeah, it's so many niggas up there on them pills, man. It's like motherfuckers ain't thinking like, I don't know. One thing I can say about Vaughn, that motherfucker wasn't on them things like that. He was different. But that goes in the story with his dad. And he didn't have to be like that to do all that shit. So, and I ain't glorifying nothing, but a lot of them cats be on them pills when they go do that shit. They gotta get high to go do
Mm-hmm.
crazy shit. And that, you know, that's another thing about leadership. Like they knew what they was doing when they took away the cats who,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, it's some fucked up cats that needed to be taken away. But then again, there were other cats who really who was put the stability and structure and discipline in it. And once they removed that, then like I said, you get motherfuckers like Duck all on Vlad, eyes rolling in the back of his head, slobbering, slumped over. Vlad just got the camera on him for 15 minutes straight. Like
That's
that, man,
crazy.
that would have never happened. Like soon as folks would have seen that shit, Duck would have
It
been
would have been
fucked up.
stopped.
Like
Yeah.
you don't know. First off, all that, only thing was tolerated was weed. You drink a weed. If they found
Mm-hmm.
out you was fucking with anything else,
Pills and all that other shit. It's a
your
wrap.
ass would
Your
get
ass getting
whooped.
that. You getting that
Pumpkinhead
pumpkin head,
City.
baby. Yes. Your
Pumpkinhead
face gonna
City.
be rocked up. You ain't gonna be able
Right.
to feel your face. Fuck. You ain't gonna want to
So,
feel your face. For real.
but
Yeah, a lot of them getting high. That's crazy though. That is.
now that's the thing, the motherfuckers doing. Like, it's like smoking weed.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I left out of there and started traveling, moving around and shit, we had went down to St. Louis. And I was surprised, like in St. Louis, the thing for them to do was they called it dog food heroin.
Mm-hmm.
They was snorting it like it wasn't nothing. I was looking like, what the fuck?
Mm-mm.
I was like,
I would never want
y'all,
to be addicted to a drug that could make me into somebody else. Like
yeah,
somebody I'm not. Like abuse my kids or some stupid ass shit. Like neglect my sell my body, anything like that. I'm scared. I'm
yeah.
good with
So,
weed. I'm good with weed, y'all.
so
I
it's
don't even
shit
like to drink like that.
weird. But yeah. So now I don't know, man. It ain't certain areas, I'm optimistic about seeing the direction motherfuckers going, but then other areas. You remember all them niggas over there in Parkway? They call it Old Block, but it's Wick City.
Right.
Those are all niggas those are all the shorties from Calumet buildings. See the Calumet before they tore the Calumet buildings down.
When they tore down
Those
the projects.
it was ones the Calumet buildings. Those are all the shorties from there. They went to Parkway and all that. Robert Taylor, when they tore him down, some of them went to Parkway, some of them went to Inglewood. We went all over. So I knew all them the shorties like Dirk Dad, Chief Keef Mama. There was certain motherfuckers I knew because of the Calumet buildings. Like the ones that still left. You got Heidi. You got well, it's a lot of them, yeah. But yeah,
It's crazy.
it's just sad to see like a lot of stuff going the way it's going. But then you got a lot of motherfuckers too moving down to Tennessee, like Nashville and shit. You got a lot of niggas from
Yeah.
Chicago down there in Nashville. I'm
Yeah.
noticing that more and more.
Yeah, people doing dog food everywhere now. And then them pills too. And the fentanyl being in the pills and shit, motherfuckers literally buying pill presses and then just like scooping shit in there. It's not even, proportionate or whatever. Child, that shit's crazy. It's like a issue.
Yeah, but
It's a huge issue.
another thing I noticed too, like in Chicago, Rocks is coming back.
Rocks and blows. Rocks and blows.
Yeah,
Gotta put them
that
on.
shit.
Rocks and
Hey,
blows.
listen, that shit is coming back, or it just never left. That shit, I was like,
There's
man,
probably
wait a
people
minute.
that are scared of damn fentanyl. They want to go back to the old thing, child.
That shit, hey, that shit is. I don't know. I don't know about no other places. New York perhaps, but Chicago, that shit ain't dead. Oh no, it ain't dead at all. I was like, what the fuck?
That's crazy. I
That's some
thought that would
crazy
have
shit.
been retired by now. Thing in the past. Now, like
It
the
was
fentanyl
for a
added,
minute.
the
It
fentanyl
was.
users and shit looking down on crackheads,
It was
heroin
for a
users and
minute.
shit.
But
That's crazy.
that shit, like, it's like a resurgence happening. For real. Shit's weird. So, cause I knew, right, okay, when pills came in and then, they started getting on that shit, so the fentanyl came in. I knew the what's next, what's gonna come back again, heroin, which it did. Heroin came back in a major way because
Well, and
motherfuckers
it's
can't afford.
fentanyl too.
Right.
Fentanyl is a stronger form of heroin, but yeah.
Yeah. So when the opioids came back in and all that, that was just common sense. I knew that was gonna happen. But what I didn't see happening is how rocks started reemerging, coming back. Like you'll start to see. Watch, you're gonna start to hear about it in the news.
Right
Like
till
this
the
shit is coming
summertime.
back. Right.
The
This shit is
summertime
coming
come.
back.
You gonna see them all outside. That's sad though. Like I wish the people would get off of drugs, y'all. But
Yeah.
it's a never ending story. That's the crazy thing. Damn.
That's,
Big U and them finna go to court. I wonder if they gonna
no, he was.
document that.
I sent you that
He
shit.
went
He
to court
already.
already. I think I
Yeah.
missed that because I was setting up for
I
my
sent it to
live.
you while you was live.
Okay,
They
I'm gonna
got
check
they
in
got the
on it.
audio. The audio's out and everything when his first court appearance. They got him in court.
Wow. Okay, I'm definitely, man, I'm definitely finna look into it. It's
And
crazy.
I'm
This
not
shit, wow.
another thing that is kind of connected, but it ain't connected. When you start to look into that Tupac shit, something ain't right.
Yeah.
Something been not right. When the dude Keep ED first came out and they offered him that agreement about if you tell us now, this happened in 2000, what was it? 11 or some shit like that, 15, somewhere in the 2000s.
Uh-huh.
When they asked him what happened, and they said this agreement is only valid if you tell us the truth and all that. And if we catch you lying, then we gonna come back and charge. Because remember, they caught him with some PCP, like large amounts of it. So he told
Thank
them the
you, Mimi.
story. Huh?
Uh-huh. No, I
He
was
told
saying thank you.
he told them the story about what happened. Now remember, this story had already been out by the Kading dude, one of the ones who was questioning him. So he
Uh-huh.
just repeated that same story, added little things into it and all that. But I had said it way back then. Cause I've been around this shit. I've been seeing niggas get fed cases. I've been there watching niggas' heart drop in their stomach when you see the United States of America versus you. So I know
Man.
all this shit. I done seen it.
Right.
When he told that fucking story, I knew something was wrong years ago. I told motherfuckers years ago, this can't be right. They can't give him immunity because they don't have jurisdiction. Nevada has that jurisdiction. They never handed it over to the feds. So how can the feds
Mm.
come in and give him immunity if they didn't even have the jurisdiction over it? And that's something I remember I went into Vlad shit and when I saw that and Vlad was talking about he believes the story, the KBD told and it's true and all that. And I typed that same thing in Vlad's shit and my comment got erased. That's another thing I don't like about Vlad.
Vlad trying to hide evidence, child.
How in the fuck could they give him immunity when it was a Nevada case? It never got handed over to the feds. Although the feds can assist in investigating it, it
That's true
still
though.
was
The feds,
Nevada's jurisdiction.
but the feds do trump every state though. That is true.
But they never took the case. It's state even now. You see, the state of Nevada is the one charging him. The feds never took that case. They assisted in the investigation, but they never took the case.
Mm.
So how could they give him immunity coming there talking about we're going to give you immunity and all this? And it was still a Nevada case. It never got changed over to the feds. Even now, Nevada is the one charging him.
Interesting.
All that shit was some bullshit to me. It just didn't seem right. None of it seemed right. None of it at all. Yeah, this dude Orlando got the beat down or whatever, but nobody had no
I think
security.
Orlando looked a lot like Tupac to me.
The build and the slimness and
He looked a lot like Tupac. Look, my conspiracy theory coming back. Like I'm trying to hold her back, but she trying to come out. No, I'm just
but
playing.
even with that, it just seemed off. A lot of that seemed off. And to me, I wouldn't be surprised if you find out law enforcement had shit to do with that, which I think they did. I'm not saying I agree or I don't agree that Reggie White has something to do with it, but motherfuckers put $1 million bounty out there. Shit, you think police? Look at Angelo Roberts. What happened in Chicago? That didn't happen just because he tried to blow up the police station and fought the police and whooped their ass. They put money on that motherfucker. I'm speaking on it now because he dead and gone. But
Right.
he was at the heart of a case that had something to do with corrupt police. They knew they had to get rid of this motherfucker. So it's not above these police to get involved in some of this stuff that's going on once you see all the money that's involved.
When they did the court date for Big U, was Luce Cannon in there, or did Luce Cannon already go to court? And Bricc Baby.
No, I think Big U was the only one in there. You got the audio in your messages.
I'ma look. Thank you. I appreciate you. That
But
shit's crazy though. That's what I'm on. That's what I'm mainly, because the thing with Guerilla Hebrew and them, like, okay, so Captain Tazariak had pulled up with some evidence that he was sent about Ariala, that he abused his wife before, the one that he has now. So this is going back to like 2020, 21, 22. And then Ariala also showed proof that Guerilla Hebrew was attacking, like he wanted to have this toxic love situation with one of his wives, one of Guerilla Hebrew's wives. So Guerilla Hebrew wanted to have a toxic relationship with his own wife. And it basically was like that they fight and argue, and then she cheat, and then he beats her ass, and then they make up, and then they go out, have a good time, and then she does it all over again, and he beats her ass, and it's repetitive. So because he got it age, Ariala got the damn whole like 7 hours of content age restricted. I'm not finna be a lunatic and like sit there and screen record the whole 7 hours, but not all of it. Most of it is Bible stuff, and I'm not really, interested in that for this portion or whatever. But I did want to note that. So I do got a playlist. If anybody wants me to share it, I can share it in my community tab. But at this time, I'm more focused on the Big U thing and these other cases, because this Big U thing guy, I was like, what? That's all I've been looking at all day.
The weird thing about that situation you spoke on is, like, to me, I understand women, looking into it, because y'all motherfuckers be breaking things down to its very last compound. And that's what y'all do.
Yeah.
But I was just looking at it like, okay, whatever this man and this woman do with his asshole, I don't want to hear about that shit.
Yeah.
But what amazed me was starting to see these motherfuckers coming out the woodworks, lying, talking about this and that, and they never did this, and they never do that, and this is wrong, and y'all wrong for doing this and that, and they themselves are guilty of the same thing. I was just sitting back looking at the audacity of some of these motherfuckers.
Yeah, because I was interested in the whole Hassad with the Guerilla Hebrew underwear and the dookie on the bathtub thing. I was interested in how that played out or whatever. But I ain't finna, I don't really, at this time, I don't know.
Hey,
I don't really know.
listen. That's what y'all women do. When y'all hear something, y'all break it down to the very last compound, and y'all be on it. Now, men, don't get it twisted. Men gossip and all that shit too. But it comes a point to where sometimes men just gotta let shit go. But it just tripped me out that some of these dudes was trying to hold the cats who exposed him accountable. Y'all wrong for doing this, y'all wrong for doing that. And some of these motherfuckers done did the same thing. Some of these motherfuckers don't even expose their own wives.
Yeah.
Message. Remember they trying to act like they ain't done nothing and all that, and those brothers is wrong. And nigga, if you don't get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, there was a lot of hypocrisy. I did see that too. I was like, damn.
Hypocritical
niggas just out here hypocritical as hell, but I thought it was funny at the same time,
Yeah,
Like,
this
it's interesting. It's interesting. But long story short, allegedly there was physical abuse on both sides with a wife or the mention of beating somebody. I don't know. But
what?
that, yeah, like far as Guerilla Hebrew,
Well, they
the,
done beat each other with the dildos?
not each other.
You said it was violence on both sides.
Like far as Ariala had a wife before the one that he has now, and he was
Oh,
beating on
oh,
her. He like
my
beat
bad.
her, and she was in the hallway, and she was allegedly naked, and she was trying to get her phone or something to call the police, and he had put her out after he had beat her. So that there is domestic abuse there, but I feel like it's on both sides. So that's the only reason why I would go back. But sitting through like 7 hours, bro, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It'd be one thing if I could just download the video and get what I need, child. As far as time stamps, what, 7 hours? Then I gotta edit it? No.
Man,
Not doing
listen.
that.
I was, I was dozing off because, trying to, cause you be when times you do it. Nigga, I was laughing like a motherfucker. You was being funny, and you wasn't. I don't even think he was trying to be funny. It was just the way you was saying certain shit. I was like, "Come on, Queen, what the fuck?"
Man, it was crazy though. Like,
Oh shit!
for me, it was the like self-hate, the fact that he hated himself so much and
Ah,
he wanted to be
yes,
called N-word
yes,
with the
yes,
hard
yes.
ER, and it just was given
And this
like
is all
weird.
right. Let
Like,
me one time, just one time. I don't, everybody guilty. Let me be guilty just one time. To me, it seemed like this nigga wanted to be a female black slave getting raped by a white man or something. When I heard
bingo.
all that, because when you think about all that shit, you want to be called this, and then you got this fascination with a white man doing this and all this. Like, what the fuck? Where are you going with this, nigga? Do you want to be like a? Remember that movie when Oprah Winfrey got raped by all them white slave masters?
Oh yeah.
Like, that just seems like, nigga, is that your fantasy or something, motherfucker? Like, it was just weird. I was
He
like,
got
man.
off on it and then tried to act like we was tripping. That shit was wild. That shit was wild. The way that he placed the blame, like, okay, you saying this about Ariala, but you also admitting that those are the actual receipts and messages, and you were thinking about it. Then he tried to like minimize his whole thing, like, I just wanted to have vanilla relations with her, or whatever, which is wild because he was literally in there asking her, like demanding her to make said apps to get a hold of the white man anyway, for him to, at the end of it, allegedly to be dominated. The pegging kit, the fact that he ordered the pegging kit, like it was wild, fam.
God, like,
You can't make
nigga,
it up.
like,
You cannot make it up. It's just wild. And I just felt disgusting and I needed a shower afterwards. Like
I think that
after that
nigga
live stream.
he need to go sit down with Dr. Phil.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. So not only that, y'all. So I'm also hearing, right? Because somebody had sent me some. So you remember how he said he wasn't participating in the Passover this year?
Yeah.
Well, he did. Okay. And then they were calling into question. He was wearing some misfit shirts with a dead skull on it or something. So they were calling that into question. And I guess allegedly they went to the club, another strip club type of situation or whatever, this year. So they done it twice now where they spent a portion of the Passover at a club or whatever. So it's crazy. But that's like mainly just the updates on it. It got kind of boring actually.
Hey, listen, man. I don't know. I can't call it. Like, I can't call it. I can't call it.
You just clicked out after you heard
That,
certain things. Like, oh, can't do it. I
yeah,
feel you
yeah.
though. I feel you.
I was laughing when I was like, I know Queen about to give me one. You'll get to a certain spot and then you'll be like, y'all heard that? Like, yeah. But other than that, I was like, man, this shit is just This is weird. Like, I don't know. And then pull the Nino Brown and tell on everybody at the end. And okay, if I'm going down, y'all coming with me. Yeah, you remember you stole his wife, and you remember you did that. I was like, what the fuck?
No, I'm talking about my last live. I'm talking about my last live. We're talking about a dude named Guerilla Hebrew, and he was talking about how he wanted his wife to peg him and do all type of crazy stuff. But one thing I didn't like about that live is my audio was off. I was using my editing volume, which makes it sound louder to me. So when I came on YouTube, I was like, damn, why YouTube loud as fuck? Not even thinking that I needed to switch my audio, you know. And I did that whole live and it was like really low, but there's the edit of it in the video section if you want to check that out too.
Why you kept calling that man Glorilla?
Because I was sitting here editing and I was like
dying.
When I heard the bitch face part, that he like his bitch face got to be popping or whatever, right? I'm paraphrasing. But
I didn't even know what that meant.
He walk around with the bitch face, like the resting bitch face. So allegedly, if you rock the resting bitch face, then your face doesn't gain wrinkles, hard defining wrinkles or whatever.
What is a resting bitch face?
So it's kind of like, I guess, like that, like kind of just where you look uninterested or like you have an attitude.
Oh.
And Guerilla Hebrew admitted that he rocks the resting bitch face, and that's when I named him Guerilla Hebrew.
Why in the world? That whole thing was crazy. Like, I was hearing like things, but I didn't hear all the shit you had heard. So when you went live and I'm listening to it, I'm like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, hell no.
Man, the royal family was sending me shit left and right. I was like, damn. I had gotten a portion of a clip here, a portion of a clip over here. Like, okay, let me piece all this shit together. Like, that shit was crazy.
Now,
Glorilla
look how crazy this shit really is. Look what we was just talking about earlier. Wasn't he on No Jumper too?
Yes, he was with Adam. And you remember Adam's wife is a I was finna say something else, but she's a porn star. Yeah, she a whole porn star, and Adam be watching her get cucked and shit. So it's just kind of weird that he was on Adam. No Jumper. It's just weird.
So,
and Adam got a lot of stuff going on too, as far as people that left him and all this and that over there, and beef that he had with the people on his shows.
I'm pretty sure if he get wind of it, Adam get wind of that shit going on with him, he going
right? He probably gonna be like, "Hey, screw my wife, dude. Y'all can do a threesome with a white man. I got him. It's my dad." You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll do it. The fuck, he might jump in.
Hebrew to get his wife. Get your wife. I got her.
Right, for real.
Then afterwards, we're gonna go interview about it.
Right.
Be on there. I slept with a Hebrew Israelite woman with him there.
Or if he go
put the microphone right in Glorilla face.
Or if he go on Vlad TV and Vlad's like, "So will you tell me about the cucking situation? Is it true that you wanted to get pegged?" I'm like, what the fuck? I be just watching Vlad sometimes because he be having some motherfuckers up there that be like, I be like, what? I know they finna tell. And it's crazy because it's like Vlad's interviews are kind of like first 48 interrogations. Like people just get to telling everybody. Like everybody.
I'm sorry, you a goddamn fool. You gonna put that Ronnie? You gonna put that Ronnie clip in there?
Oh yeah. Or the other
like, oh my God.
That girl that was like, "Yes, I did. And you would too. I got paid. I was an employee. I just had to." Like, no disrespect. But I was like, I gotta get a laugh out of this somewhere, child.
But it was
like
he
that,
was whooping the police.
Yes.
And you better sound off. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud.
But it fits so perfect because he already had that type of like he he almost don't think he good enough or he black enough or something. Like I don't know.
God.
And it just was very weird. I don't know. And then the man before him had before that had stated that is they government plant. So I just played off of that, with the whole police thing. That shit was funny. I just got the idea and editing. I was like, I'm gonna put this right here.
Oh man.
And I edited that motherfucker down so much it didn't even trigger on the content ID.
God damn. Hey, but
That
you
shit was
know
fun,
what
though.
though? Hey, motherfuckers tripping, but hey, it's a Hebrew Israelite wife that be watching shit with him and all that. So that's why I was tripping. Like, wait a minute, motherfuckers trying to act like motherfuckers wrong for doing this and doing that, but your motherfucking ass admitted that you be watching girls play with themselves in the back chats, and your wife be right there watching it with you, getting in with you.
Or what about the person that had admitted that they fall asleep watching porn and they babies see it in the morning? Child, let me stop, because child, let me stop. Okay, I could be messy, but
it was just a lot of hypocritical shit that was going on when I saw that shit. Yeah, that shit was bad, but I don't know. To me, I just thought when I saw what it was about, I was like, I know the women gonna have a field day with this. Let me look around.
I could. That's why I'm saying I could continue to go on and on with it, but it's just like, I don't know. Again, I'll probably maybe double back for the abuse or whatever, but I got them in a playlist and I downloaded the video of the proof of one of the abuses. So that's all I could really do. Because looking at screen recording 7 hours of content, I'm good.
But they say though, getting back, they say when Big U fought Nipsey, Nipsey beat his ass.
Wait, they fought? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they fought at the studio when Big U went up there to question Nipsey about the song, the diss song. Nipsey looked him dead in his face and said, "Nigga, it's a diss song about you." They said Big U had a water bottle in his hand. He threw it at him. And Nipsey ducked it and was like, "Nah, cuz you got to come outside. We got to handle that." So he said Big U, he thought it was an easy win. Because, Nipsey built like Snoop.
Right.
Tall, like, I think Nipsey was like 6'4", 6'5", or so. He a tall, lanky dude.
Yeah, he was tall, yeah.
So, Big U, he tall too, like 6'3", 6'4", but he stocky. Well, he thought it was going to be an easy win. They said he went out there and Nipsey beat the shit out of him. They said Nipsey whooped him so bad, somebody stopped and was like, "You too old to be fighting him," and sent somebody else to go fight Nipsey instead of Big U because Big U was getting his ass whooped.
Damn.
So,
and Big U is kind of like big far as round or whatever.
Yeah, he's round now. Yeah,
but Nipsey had them long ass arms though.
Yeah, you see the way he slapped that security guard?
Yeah.
I didn't even know he had long ass arms like that till I seen that shit. Like, goddamn, he slapped.
Well, he first off, he's tall. So normally tall niggas got long arms or whatever. I don't know. Maybe there could be a nigga that's like 6'4" with short arms, but that might throw his that might throw his equilibrium off a little bit like that. But I don't know. I ain't never looked at his arms before, but I figure,
that motherfucker.
I'm pretty sure they long.
I didn't realize he was that. Like I said, till I seen him slap that security guard, that's when I really looked. It was like, that's a tall, lanky motherfucker. God damn. Because the way his hands like just covered the whole security, he smacked the shit out of him. I was like, oh shit. But
yeah, but the part about the murder and stuff, the part that you had brought, that's interesting. So I'm gonna take a look at that.
His phone. Well, you know how to cut your phone off now, don't you? Even though they still got the battery in it, you know how to do it to where it don't even ping, right?
Right.
So he did that. And then this is where he's stupid. This is, another thing. And I'm not trying to be out here like I'm a criminal mastermind and no shit like that. But it's just shit you know where we from.
Right.
This motherfucker, right after they estimate, so what he does is he cuts his phone off to where it's not pinging no more or anything. They estimate by looking at the body, the condition, and the weather and all that, they can tell when the body was dumped.
Right.
About 2 minutes. Well, not 2 minutes. What was
I thought it was like 10 minutes.
Yeah, this motherfucker cuts his goddamn phone back on.
And then was talking about he showed up somewhere sweaty as hell.
Yeah,
and he said
at
he
the
just
studio.
went to the gym. Yeah, he said he just went to the gym. Yeah.
You
like
stupid
he's stupid as hell.
If you gonna do some shit like that, you don't cut your shit back on till you back in LA, motherfucker. Why would you do that? Because now they can track when you left LA, where you went after you left the gym, all that shit. This motherfucker, hey,
It's
listen.
crazy. They telling on themselves. That's what they doing.
Deserve whatever, man. You not thinking.
Yeah.
And if them two motherfuckers in that studio decide to turn feds, work with the feds, that's when you're gonna find out who all was in that studio and what happened. Because they say they think an altercation happened in the studio. So
I did hear something about that too.
Yeah, if the producer that was in there and the security guard, if they start working, which most likely already they probably started already. So we're gonna find out what happened in that studio. I mean, that's a given.
Right. It's just interesting. That's a lot of charges. We gonna see. But yeah, so I appreciate you coming up though, MK.
Hey, y'all be good, be safe.
I'm gonna see if I find anything interesting, I'll send it to you and shit.
Yeah, listen to that audio I sent you though.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna listen to it when I get off of here. Shit, I'll probably fall asleep looking at this shit. All right.
Y'all be good, be safe.
All right, much love. All right, y'all. It's crazy, all this stuff going on right now, but we gonna take a look at it. I do, like I said, got that other video that I do want to show. I don't know if I'm gonna do it live or not. I really should do it live though, because I got some commentary. I don't know. I feel some type of way about it. I feel like the counties failed the children and it's questionable in other areas. But anyway, thank you for those that rode with me. Got a couple of donations. I appreciate it. On the way out, we're gonna listen to J Diggs, Where They At, and I will see you guys soon with more. Much love, y'all. Stay you, stay royal, stay uncompromisable, and I'll see y'all soon.
Turn me out.
Riding for my cutty on the move, I got the red eyes. Every time I think about these dudes, I see dead guys. He can't get no open casket, nope, that ain't suitable. I'm so disrespectful, I might pull up to that funeral. Gotta play your role, you can't argue with no boss. Send his mama roses like I'm sorry for your loss. I've been going through some shit and it's been playing on my mental. Then went and parked the Benz and I'm back riding in these rentals. We gon' do the street shit, we can't take it to the courts. I've been sleeping on these niggas like your paper on the porch. I do all the cheating when it's war, ain't no fucking fair. I want all the smoke and I pull up like who the fuck in there? Woo! Hey, where them niggas at? They don't want no beef, they want peace. Yeah, I figure that. Switches with extensions around this bitch, that's how I really get. Everybody killers to them killers, pull up killing shit. Line it up, I just want the fade, he need his mouth tape. Bitch nigga, all he do is talk, so he's a clout chaser. Rich nigga, I can make the call and cause chaos. Only getting smarter on you bitches, yeah, AI. Last thing you wanna do is rope and piss the bear off. Chestnut checkers, move the bitch and trap the square off. You don't follow rules, you gon' lose, and that's just consequences. Niggas swear they rich, but they be broke without a pot to piss. Oh, they done gas me up, it ain't no breaking, I'm accelerating. All I want is one-on-one with whack like I'm in Hellaway. Gonna take this whooping like a man, and I'ma need that. See, I just left Southern California, and I'ma be back. Internet blogger, keyboarder, use a diaper. Plus, use a shitty little boy, and use a diaper. I've been trying to catch him in the air, but he ain't coming out. And if I catch him anywhere, then I'm gonna run him out. Woo! Hey, where them niggas at? They don't want no beef, they want peace. Yeah, I figure that. Switches with extensions around this bitch, that's how I really get. Everybody killers to the killers, pull up killing shit. I heard all the talk about your hitters, boy, let's settle it. Look, we both got money and got killers, that's irrelevant. You can pick your poison, you got choices, this is optional. I just want the phase, you want the funk, you get the popsicle. Speaking on these cases and these crimes like you litigate, I can't seem to get it out my mind, you've been penetrated. I just want the truth, but yeah, we know that ain't logical. So I'll be in this booth on your head writing these chronicles. You know who I'm talking to, yeah, I'm flaming all of y'all. You don't get no peace around this bitch unless I call it off. Yeah. And I don't fuck with him. And if I see him, then it's probably gonna go up with him. I ain't got no filter, I'm gonna speak it where I feel it at. Speaking on my dealings on my children, I ain't feeling that. Niggas really clowns, got me frowning at this internet. I can post that spot where he lay down, but I ain't into that. Woo! Hey, where them niggas at? They don't want no beef, they want peace. Yeah, I figure that. Switches with extensions around this bitch, that's how I really get. Everybody killers to them killers, pull up killing shit.